WMMR. We will go to Steve, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Steve, Time's youngest person of the year?
Greta Thunberg.
Yes, Thunberg, yes. At 16 years old. Hang on just a second, Steve. She's climate change activist. Thank you very much. And 16 years old on the cover. All right, so we are going to set up Steve with a pair of tickets to see two of the nation's top comedians, Eric D'Alessandro and Vic DiBettito, together for the first time.
When this show finally happens, you're going to be so happy.
We need to talk to him just so I can get it right. So Friday,
what's your effing name?
Friday, May 13th at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. It's the launch of their much-anticipated Funny How tour. Showtime is 10 p.m. Tickets on sale now via AXS.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The funny thing is you actually know who he is. You have seen him in a lot of viral videos and stuff like that. So,
okay. Yeah. Just the name I have an issue with. All right, so let's see what we're going to go to. We'll start with Amber Heard. Amber Heard recounted several violent incidents with Johnny Depp while on the stand yesterday, including a sexual assault that allegedly occurred in Australia shortly after they were married. A tearful Heard detailed the time that she claimed he violated her with a glass bottle. We touched on this the other day.
It's pretty horrifying.
She told I really can't go into it. It's a little too graphic.
Yeah.
The cavity search?
That's a different one.
It was a different one. Yeah. She said, I didn't know if the bottle that he had done that with me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything. I looked around and saw so much broken glass. I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not. And I remember thinking, please, God, I hope it's not broken. Wow. She also told the jury that Depp was insanely jealous. She says he accused her of having affairs with co-stars like Eddie Redmayne and James Franco, and testified that he nearly broke her nose after the 2014 Met Gala because he thought she was flirting with another woman. While on the stand, Heard also recalled accusing Depp of cheating on her with a woman that he had been with years prior. She said she immediately confronted the actor and admitted that she took a swing at him and landed her first blow right before he hit her back. So she does admit to hitting him.
Yeah, they're physical both. When she came in here for the movie she was promoting, she had been with a woman for a while. She's been going back and forth. That's why I was surprised that she got with Johnny Depp, because she seemed to not go that way, but she was.
So
it's confusing.
A spokesperson for the actor issued a statement Thursday saying, as Mr. Depp's counsel correctly predicted in their opening statements last month, Ms. Heard did indeed deliver, quote, the performance of her life in her direct examination. While Ms. Heard's stories have continued to grow new and convenient details, Mr. Depp's recollections have remained exactly the same throughout the 6 painful years since her first allegations were made.
You know what, as we keep saying every time we talk about this, none of this looks good brought out into the light. I don't care, whatever you're attempting to do, none of this looks good.
It makes them both look terrible.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They need Marty Singer.
Heard's team issued their own statement saying that Depp and his legal team are unable to distinguish fact from fiction. They added Mr. Depp's behavior in this trial has been as pitiful as it was in their marriage. Apparently, they feel they must double down on their losing two-part strategy, distract the jury and demonize the victim.
I don't care what the deal is. If you imagine you have to get her in front of a courtroom and a jury and talk about stuff like, that private.
And it's televised. It's all.
televised.
I mean, this is not a private courtroom hearing. You know, the fact that it's all being broadcast, it's on YouTube. I mean, and we hear direct quotes from both of these people. It's very odd.
Why is it being televised?
But you can. Sometimes they solicit to have a trial televised, and sometimes the judge will say no.
Yeah.
But he said yes this time.
The Los Angeles City Attorney's Office filed 4 misdemeanor charges on Thursday against suspect Isaiah Lee after the onstage attack of Dave Chappelle during his set of the Hollywood Bowl on Tuesday. This follows the L.A. County District Attorney's Office announcing earlier in the day that it declined to pursue felony charges. City Attorney Mike Fear said that he filed charges of battery, possession of a weapon with intent to assault, unauthorized access to the stage area during a performance, and commission of an act that delays an event or interference with a performer.
might just observe here, Mike Fear is a very cool name.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It might be Fewer, Feuer.
Let's go with Fear.
So the attack took place as Chappelle was attempting to leave the Hollywood Bowl stage upon finishing a set during the Netflix Is a Joke Comedy Festival, and that's when the 23-year-old suspect, Isaiah Lee, rushed the stage, tackled Chappelle to the floor. Suspect was apprehended by venue security and eventually handed over to the LAPD. Lee was arrested on suspicion of assault with a deadly weapon and is being held on $30,000 bail.
He had a super bizarre contraption of a toy gun with a real knife jammed in the barrel.
Yeah, replica handgun with a knife blade inside. He was not injured, and Chappelle was not injured and is fully cooperating. The other dude was injured bad, man. Yeah, his arm was
we had a little conversation with him.
Was busted up hard. Netflix Is a Joke, one of the streamer's biggest forays in a live entertainment program. The company's first ever comedy festival was hosting more than 250 events in Los Angeles, which is still going on through this weekend, by the way. Khloe Kardashian is having feelings.
I have feelings
about seeing her brief reconciliation with ex Tristan Thompson on the Kardashians television show.
I'm getting those yearnings again.
When the show featuring their brief reunion aired on Thursday, Kardashian tweeted, "Well, we know how this aged." In a separate tweet, she added, "Watching these episodes now, I definitely feel a type of way."
Doesn't that make you... They sit and watch their own show.
And then she continues in the statement saying, "Oh, girl, if only you knew. Me talking to me."
Dear Lord.
So the pair briefly reunited after Thompson attended the engagement of Courtney and Travis Barker in October of 2021.
There's got to be a liability to dating someone whose look changes so dramatically that you might not recognize them.
You might not be attracted to
Who
them
are you?
tomorrow.
Where's Khloe?
I'm Chloe.
And of course they're going to watch their own show. They're the most
narcissistic
people.
Egocentric.
Yep.
Bastards.
JoJo Siwa is back with Kylie Prue. The former Dance Mom star confirmed the news in a series of pictures that were taken at Disney World.
I consider myself the JoJo Siwa of this show.
And shared on social media on Thursday.
Do you think so?
Yeah, well, I think since you gave up your trademark ponytail, it's kind of
very similar.
That's lost on people. So she said, if you love something, let it go. If it comes back, ... and then a heart. So apparently
stalk it.
They're doing well. This is kind of fun. A couple of celebrity kids debuted their romance on the red carpet of Top Gun Maverick on Wednesday night. Andy McDowell's daughter, Rainey Qualley, and Bill Pullman's son, Lewis Pullman, are officially
How about that?
That's kind of fun, right?
That is cool.
Yeah. According to Qualley's Instagram, the two
Spaceballs Next Generation
have been dating since 2020. So be kind of nice if that whole thing works out. We'll see. We'll follow. Going back to the Kardashians for a moment.
Yes.
Kim. No, not Khloe. Kim is responding to critics who accuse her of glamorizing rapid weight loss after receiving backlash for revealing she lost 16 pounds to fit into Marilyn Monroe's iconic dress for the 2022 Met Gala. The reality star shared a message to fans on her Instagram stories. The May 4th post read, "Be teachable, be open. You're not always right."
I mean, listen, they're annoying, but like they can't do anything right.
Yeah, I know. I saw this. I'm like, well, listen, there's people complain about everything. There's always going to be at least a handful of people that have an issue with no matter what. And I think it's fine if you're losing weight to fit into something for a special event. It's standard.
She also had a trainer who led her through everything, so she was doing, she's doing what she needed to do. And look what she had this huge moment. She was the focus of the Met Gala, so mission accomplished.
Yep. So she had told to Vogue that she only fit into the dress after spending weeks running on a treadmill, wearing a sauna suit 2 times a day.
Oh, and I vomited around the clock.
Now that you don't want to do. And limiting herself to clean veggies and protein. So that's how she fit into it.
What's really, when people hear this and like, what an incredible weight loss. She has a staff of people. She has a trainer and a chef and all of this stuff going on that help her. If you ever, it's hard just for a civilian to try to drop that kind of weight.
real. I mean, listen, it's certainly going to be easier for her to do.
When you have a team.
but you still got to put in some work. I mean, there are things you can and cannot do for sure.
The only thing I know you and I share with Kim Kardashian is we both have butt rooms in our house.
Yep.
Yeah, so we can
I love my butt
take
room.
our pictures.
Ron Howard officiated his daughter Paige's wedding in Central Park, New York on Sunday.
Well, that's cool.
Bridesmaid and big sister Bryce Dallas Howard shared a picture of the nuptials on Instagram Wednesday. Bryce tagged her sister and new husband, Tim Abor Nassar, in the post and wrote, although it took a whole pandemic to reach this special moment, I can't imagine a more perfect day celebrating you too. Tim, I'm filled with gratitude and joy to call you my brother.
I think Ron Howard's father, Rance Howard, who has passed away, but you've seen him in tons of stuff, I think he was a preacher.
Oh,
okay.
All right.
Yeah.
What's interesting about that happened on Sunday. Steve, I know you watch a lot of MeTV. I was actually watching Ron Howard as a guest star on MASH.
Powerful
episode.
Powerful.
He had he stole his brother's ID to join the war at 15 years old.
I don't remember that episode.
Yeah,
he wanted to fight.
Yeah,
and he gets dissuaded by the guys. Correct.
Yeah, so he used a racial slur to describe the enemy, and Alan Alda's character goes, "Well, you know, we could also call them people." Yeah. And I was like, "Well, that was pretty good." And then
General Potsy,
General Potsy and Mouth. No, and then Alan Alda's character lost a patient. He was really. I mean, it was like, wait a second, is this a comedy? Like, what's going on here, man?
They took a serious tone in later years on that show. So.
I just remember as a child, I couldn't get into MASH because there were too many serious moments.
There were tons of but Preston's right. At a certain point, they took a shift.
Yeah, I loved that show.
It became a dramedy.
Jennifer Grey revealed on The View that she didn't want Patrick Swayze to co-star in Dirty Dancing until a tearful apology from the actor changed her mind. They like hated each other.
They did not like
when they were getting ready to when they were casting it. Well,
there's a whole series of things.
It goes back to Red Dawn. They were in this movie Red Dawn together, and Patrick was mean to her. And he was kind of brushed her off, and he played all these pranks on her, and he would say rude things to her, and she didn't want to be a part of it.
So, Kath, I saw on social media, probably Twitter, last week or maybe 2 weeks ago. There's a scene in Dirty Dancing that it was essentially an outtake, but it was a real scene where they're practicing and he puts his arm down her arm and she kind of like laughs.
Yes,
that was her actually laughing, and his reaction to that was like he was really pissed at Jennifer Grey. It wasn't his character was pissed at her character. Like, no, apparently, and they left it in just because it was too real.
There are a couple of specials that focus. In fact, one of them is on the Netflix series. I think The Movies That Made Us.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah,
I watched that one.
Yeah, check that out, Kathy. But towards the end and everything, they got with it.
They did, and they ended up becoming great friends.
Yeah.
So, according to Gray, the ghost actor had played several pranks on her during the filming of Red Dawn, and she was over it when it came time for his screen test for Dirty Dancing. She says he had pulled her down the hall and said, "Look, I love you, and I'm sorry, and I know that you don't want me to do the movie." But she said, and then he got tears in his eyes, and I got tears in my eyes. Not for the same reason, but I was like, oh, this guy's working me. And he goes, look, we could kill it. We could kill it if we do this. And the two ultimately killed it during their chemistry read. And she said on set, he was like the easy chair I had been dreaming of my whole life.
He also killed her teacup poodle. So,
that's
with a nail gun.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just for fun, or
what a horrible
just for fun.
thing to do.
On a bet.
I'd be out.
On a bet.
Bet you won't kill. Bet you won't kill a poodle with the nail gun.
I'll bet you $10.
Bet you I will.
Yeah. All right.
Nobody shoots my poodle in the corner.
Gary Oldman may be ready to retire. The Hollywood star who won Best Actor Oscar in 2018 for his portrayal of Sir Winston Churchill admitted that he would be happy if his role in Apple TV's Slow Horses was his farewell performance.
This horse is so goddamn slow.
He feels that after many roles perfecting unusual accents. That's Gary Oldman, by the way.
Have you guys watched any of the show yet?
No.
It looks really good. It's a not a crime drama. It's a spy drama is the word I was looking for. And he's sort of like the head of this spy unit. And they're a bunch of like misfits, and he's in control of all of them. It looks really fascinating. And I don't know, he's one of the best actors ever. So
he's just getting kind of tired of the work. He's spending hours in makeup. He wants an easier life. He said, when you're young and you've got that fire in your belly, you're as a young actor, I'm up for anything. But I just turned 64, and I think perhaps my days of sitting in a makeup chair for hours and hours have come to an end.
I don't think so, but I'd like them to introduce Winston Churchill as a Marvel superhero and have him play it.
Oldman has received critical acclaim for the many transformations, making him unrecognizable in films like JFK, Darkest Hour, and Dracula. But he would be thrilled to end his career playing his latest role as obnoxious government spook Jackson Lamb, who runs a dysfunctional team of MI5 agents for the foreseeable future. So
I think he wants to direct too. So that's kind of something he's looking to gravitate into.
Hey, this is pretty wild. America's Got Talent extreme star Jonathan Goodwin shared that he is now paralyzed and requires the use of a wheelchair following a failed on-set stunt of the popular NBC competition show in October of last year.
Do you guys remember this this footage?
No.
The 42-year-old Welsh daredevil shared a few details of his recovery efforts with fans in an Instagram post on Tuesday. He said, "A lot has changed in the last 6 months, but love is a constant, and I'm very, very loved. I'm looking forward to the next chapters and being a role model." He smiled while sitting in his wheelchair with his dog on his lap as thousands of supporters commented on his strength and positive mindset during this challenging time. He said, "To answer some questions, I have a T11 spinal cord injury, which means I'm paralyzed from the waist down. It is likely a permanent sitch. And if any of you want to race, though, I'm pretty sure I can beat you." He was rushed to the hospital last year after the traumatic incident unfolded on stage as he attempted to free himself from a straitjacket while two vehicles swung back and forth alongside him, all while he was hoisted 70 feet in the air by his feet. He was supposed to free himself, fall down onto the mattress, position on the ground, and miss the cars before the vehicles crushed him. But the two cars collided, and they caught Goodwin in the middle.
Yep.
And it caused a massive fireball as Jonathan fell to the ground and hit his head, and that is probably what did it.
To be honest, I'm stunned he survived that. When you see that footage, it's like, how the F could you live through that?
A representative at the time said during rehearsal last evening for America's Got Talent Extreme, an accident occurred in which escape artist Jonathan Goodwin was injured while performing his act. He was responsive and immediately taken to the hospital where he is continuing to receive medical care. Shortly after the incident, Goodwin appeared to be in relatively good spirits as he expressed gratitude for the outpouring of love and support during the difficult time. In a photo that was shared on social media from his hospital bed. Are we watching the footage of this?
Yeah, here, watch. Here goes. They swing together. He drops down. Boom.
It didn't air, right? This footage?
I'm not sure
think so.
that it aired.
Okay.
You know what? When this show debuted, I think, Preston, we had the conversation that this seemed like a ripoff of the Burt Kreischer.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Very
they
much
were
so.
clearly trying to get that audience.
His fiance said that Goodwin also lost a kidney, broke both shoulder blades, shattered both legs, third-degree burns, broke his spine and severed his spinal cord, nearly died. And then on the operating table, he nearly died again.
Well, that's why card tricks are better.
Wow, man. That's pretty messed up. Let's see, just a couple more quick things. I saw that, where is this? There was a new trailer. Oh, I didn't include the story. New trailer for House of Dragon came out.
Oh, yeah.
Are you
I watched
excited?
It's the prequel
Yeah.
to the Game of Thrones. Yeah, it looks good.
It looks like they're picking up right where the series left off, except it's all new characters and it's 1,000 years before.
So it's a
whatever.
prequel. So it's life at Westeros High, right?
Yeah, Westeros High. Yeah, exactly. So looks really, really good. I don't know it says August 21st. All right, so that's when that will be coming out.
What does George R.R. Martin think of this whole thing?
I have not heard.
Okay.
He's not that fond of. I saw an interview, or read an interview, I should say, with him about Game of Thrones, and I think he's gotten a little bit more caustic about the way it ended and the way they ended the series.
Really?
He had seemed to be, and you would know better than I would on this, that he seemed to be, he's like, okay, they do their thing, and I'm going to do my thing, and it's okay. But he didn't seem to be, like, critical of it. Now he seems critical of it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read anything from him as of late, so I'm curious about that. I will definitely research that on my own. Paramount Global is at work on a new Jackass TV series.
Jackass.
After the successful theater launch of Jackass Forever.
By the way,
Paramount Global CEO Bob Bakish made a statement.
Jackass Forever. Underwhelming.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Underwhelming,
Yeah.
and honestly,
really?
yes. And I was so down with it. And there's about 85% D jokes, so that
A lot and listen, I have no problems with the male anatomy, but I was like, well,
maybe
what
just
are we
a couple.
What are we going for? I mean, listen, the opening scene is that.
Yeah.
It's just, and in theory, it's a funny joke, but I just thought as far as the
They're funnier than that.
Yeah, they are, and they brought in new people, which was kind of cool of them to do. But you know what, man? I think maybe not having Bam as part of this? Like, because Bam actually came up with a lot of, if you look at the previous Jackass things, like, he would send these pictures of like these ideas that he had
draw it out,
and he would draw it out. Like, and he goes,
Bam
"This
does
is my
appear.
idea."
Does appear in it briefly.
Very briefly.
Yeah, it's footage. It's older footage, but I think Casey, you're right because Bam was part of the deal, and a lot of these things, Preston, the best parts are actually in the trailer and what we're watching right here.
So the president said, or president, not Biden. The president of Paramount Global CEO.
There's some crazy guys here. They got the tarantula in the pipe, and they got the guys. D looks like a dragon. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Why are you talking about this? We asked about Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, he just loves.
Takes his D, he sticks it in the fan.
So Bob Backish is his name.
Right.
He said the new Jackass series is the first project to come as Paramount Global launches TV spinoffs on Paramount Plus to leverage earlier theatrical success of movies. And after Jackass Forever launched in theaters February 2020, I have to say Jackass. The Paramount added episodes of the original Jackass series to the streaming platform. So they're backing it up. They're really going for it. They see an audience out there because a lot of people went to see that movie. So.
Listen, they for the amount spent and the return, it's definitely worth taking a shot. But I agree with Casey. A little bit of tweaking might help. I didn't know a lot of the new people.
Have they aged out of it? Like, is it?
I think so in some ways, and they're admitting it. The zeal is still there.
Yeah.
But and they've all said it. The injuries and the recuperation time lasts longer than they used to.
All right, we need to mention some new movies opening this weekend. So here we go. Ah, yes,
It's wonderful.
All right, so we got a couple of films opening this weekend, and we will start with Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Fantasy action adventure stars Benedict Cumberbatch, Elizabeth Olsen, Benedict Wong. Journey into the unknown with Doctor Strange, who, with the help of mystical allies, both old and new, traverses the mind-bending and dangerous alternate realities of the multiverse to confront a mysterious new adversary. 2 hours and 6 minutes long, so it's not like crazy long. Rated PG-13, wide release today. Rotten Tomatoes score 77%. That's kind of low for a Marvel movie.
But it's still like.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing because these guys, who Nick and Casey, whose opinions I thoroughly trust. I know it's going to be a great movie.
Yeah.
I was kind of surprised to see that number. Normally you got it in the 90s.
It was a loud movie too, Press, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also think because there's a fair amount of horror, it's the most, apparently, Casey.
Oh, man.
Agree?
I was with my daughter, and I watched her, and I could see her in my peripheral jump so many times, like out of like just being startled. It was great.
All right. Also opening this weekend is the movie Twin. It's a horror mystery. Teresa Palmer, Stephen Cree, and Barbara Martin star. Following the aftermath of a tragic accident that claimed the life of one of their twins, Rachel and Anthony relocate to the other side of the world with their surviving son. What begins as a time of healing in the quiet Scandinavian countryside soon takes an ominous turn when Rachel begins to unravel the torturous truth about her son and confronts the malicious forces that are trying to take hold of him. It's rated R. It's an hour and 49 minutes long. It's in theaters and streaming today. It gets a 43% on Rotten Tomatoes. Mm-hmm. All right, we'll get to the clips now. Mia Healy and Arana James formed a great bond while starring together as plane crash survivors in Kathy's favorite series, The Wilds. And in this clip, I don't know why it says that. Are you familiar with this?
I think Marissa and I had like a little confusion on the show when I started watching it, and I was like, what the hell did she tell me to watch? And I was watching the wrong show.
In this clip, Mia explains how their friendship became essential on and off screen. Here we go.
That dialogue with your scene partner in any way is really important. And it's just so amazing that Aaron and I have a really great friendship. So we've been able to have really, really open dialogues about our characters and what they're going through. And it's, it connects us as friends and people. And it also, at the same time, connects our characters together.
Shut up, dummy.
Is this the Lord of the Rings-ish? Not Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Flies-ish?
Lord of the Flies-ish?
I don't know. I'm not watching it, but I'm looking at the video that's playing, and this is obviously a well done show.
Yeah.
What I put on was your neighbor grabbed a camera and started filming in a nearby field, and I was like, "What the hell is Marissa having me watch? This is the worst show I have ever." I couldn't even get through 10 minutes of it. I was like, what is going on?
Were you watching the wrong streaming service?
Yes.
Or
It was a completely wrong show, wrong platform, wrong everything.
Same name, but a different platform.
Yes.
So there you go. All right. Next clip. Here we go. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness director Sam Raimi was very meticulous with his latest addition to the MCU. And in this clip, Sam explains the goals that he set for this particular film.
To faithfully serve the fans of the Marvel sagas that have been going on for so many episodes, and to be true to the characters of Doctor Strange and Wanda, and give the fans what would be the logical next installment in their characters' growth.
Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness premieres today, so you will be able to see it. There you go. That's our entertainment report for you this morning. All right, a couple of reminders about today's show. Concert Cash, yep, we got that twice coming up. We also have a chance for you to win a Cut the Line pass for a live broadcast in North Wildwood at Keenan's Irish Pub for the official opening of the Jersey Shore. It's Eggs with Peg. It is brought to you by Coors Light, and here's what you need to do. Listen for a short clip from a moment at one of our live broadcasts. The second you hear that, start calling, because if you're caller number 27, you will get a Cut the Line pass. You won't have to wait, and you will also get your own table that you will have, which is prime real estate for that crowded room.
This is the closest you're going to get to an adult version of a Willy Wonka ticket.
And that's for you and 3 friends, by the way. We'll give you a bucket of Coors Light for your table, and then you get a case of Coors Light for your beach house. So just listen for that clip. Call, be number 27 when you hear it, and you will win. There's another way for you to win. You can go to WMMR.com to do that. It's by sending some photos to us. So follow up on the details there. We also have a number of guests on the show. Sean Young, actress, will be on the program. Tom Pelfrey will be on from Ozark. And also comedian Jesus Trejo is stopping by. So we have a bunch to get to. We'll take a break. We'll come back in just a moment and continue on our Friday journey. Stay with us. After 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
Psoriasis. Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya. Is it one of these where you need
some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody?
Yeah,
She's
notoriety.
right.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
Notoriety. Raya. I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya. Raya. But
Who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a
website.
vetting committee.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54, and they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor.
Okay.
I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression
No, it's Batman.
is?
It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please Keep that cookies away from me.
Because it's a Superman impression.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite
It's a
thing,
terrible
but-
joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's
okay.
Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
I'm
But you
gonna
did it,
find
man.
this-
You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
I think we're still on
In
there.
fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was
That's an immediate A plus. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
You know, it's funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please. Keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
No, I can't like the Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill's has that award in his hands. Yep.
By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character.
Thanks, man.
So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was it from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like, my mother was born in Iceland and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? You get it? Finish him.
All right, I like Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Gath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. Part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. I don't know what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they
had to
just
do
take
it.
a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin
Your
crust pizza.
version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teat.
I prefer this this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either.
No,
Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza
Really?
Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were
Yeah.
not in college or an ordering pizza.
The time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to
Yeah.
in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called. More's.
That's amores. It's love.
We had oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's
Marcellus.
fantastic. The one at University of Missouri
Harry Coterie.
was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you
okay.
wouldn't order from OIP.
Oips.
You'd from oips. That's
I
it's
like
oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt, and
I heard that on cantaloupe. How do you do it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Same thing. Kids.
Yep.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think so. The common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I
you
don't
do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should've
said
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch
Ranch?
dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk
No,
drawer?
I
No,
might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh,
She brings
can we
a
try
giant fruit
that?
salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Jennifer melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
I mean that in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
to this?
off.
All right. All right, because
Hold.
now we're in Braveheart.
Braveheart. Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard.
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday. Isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds, pounding them out. 1 mustard seed, 2 mustard seeds,
Slapping them down.
slapping them down, slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will try it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thanth you, Marissa. That's
I don't want
right.
to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of a mustard.
Do a dollop.
Hang
Is this
on.
regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Yeah,
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing, all right?
All right.
And 3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's
No.
nothing appealing about
Nope.
that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was a mustard.
Ugh.
Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No, it doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I like watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as 2 great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you were...
I think it's time to clean out the junk drawer here. It is a Friday morning before we go into the weekend. I want to make sure that we unload all these stories before they go bye-bye. And we're going to dig into the drawer, see what we can find here. I'm going to start with this one. I saw this is a story out of Japan, and spring is the start of the business, academic, and political year in Japan. So when its organizers roll out new rules and policies, for example, one of the prefectures just announced a new dress code for civil servants, and it touches on a very big change. They are no longer requiring neckties for them.
Ah, you always see the neckties.
Yeah, so which leads to the question of, why is that considered such a required piece of clothing when it comes to a professional atmosphere?
Is your necktie?
You know what I mean?
You insult me.
So I would imagine that our sales team, up until pandemic time, it was required if you were a man to wear a tie, right?
I think there's probably going to be a casualizing, if that's a word, of a business attire globally after all that went down for the past 2 years, right?
Yeah.
I would think so.
You would be able to get away with no necktie, like maybe on a Friday, and then
dress down Fridays,
dress
right?
down Fridays here, and then they would occasionally for charity. If you wanted to like wear jeans or dress down for work, you had to pay here,
Right.
And then all the money raised went to I don't remember which charity, but I don't know why is the necktie dress up.
I was assessing.
I
I was kind of assessing that as well after seeing this story. That what makes that so much more?
It's probably history. It's just a history of seeing that associated. Like, was there ever an official decree that said the necktie is formal wear? But here's the origin up on the screen here.
Neckties have always symbolized nobility, honor, and order. Originating in the 17th century Europe, Croatian mercenaries serving in France were the first to wear knotted neckerchiefs to signal their position and alliances. King Louis XIV of France admired the neckwear so much that he began wearing a tie as a status.
I mean, it's funny though because you put like the most reprehensible people in neckties all the time when they're in court. You know what I mean? Like you put these, essentially.
Think about when you wear a suit.
I know.
Funeral, a wedding, a
court.
A court.
Yeah.
So
they
these are
require, judges require you to dress. I mean, there's that whole sequence in my cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. And then some judges are sticklers about that.
Are there items that sort of indicate high fashion or dressing up that you wish would come back? And I have one in mind. And I'm curious as to whether I think, and I liked when men wore hats.
The number one hat. The hat that says, I'm number one.
Well, no, like beer hats, Steve.
Oh, okay.
No, like a
three-cornered hat.
Fedoras.
A guy that would wear a hat to work every day, dress up in like the 40s and 50s. Guys would wear, like gentleman hats to ball games and things like that. I thought that looked nice on men. If ties went away and never came back, I'd be totally fine with that. But I think hats actually kind of
You want to bring back the formal hat?
Well, I can't do it, Kathy.
Why? Why not?
Look at the shirt I'm wearing right now.
I mean,
Craig
that's
Lagans
true.
gave me this, so it's not going to be me that does it. But somebody could that's not Nick McElwain.
I think I'm the most obvious in my shorts
All right, so I
to
nominate
adopt
Steve.
the hat. No, I think, Nick, where it looks very good, like if you look at Sean Connery in Dr. No,
there you go.
He wears wears a hat a
I know
lot,
exactly
and it
what you're
looks
talking
good.
about.
Yeah.
But now it's reversed. A hat is considered casual.
You're right.
That is definitely a signal of casual attire.
Even like a Gorin Brothers, like fedora
I
type
think
of.
so. I mean, even if it's really, really nice, it still kind of has a less than formal look to it.
Yeah.
I
Right.
think
Or
personally.
it's considered less than formal, like
Yeah.
take your hat off, and but usually,
Is it hip chic, Kathy?
well, yeah, I mean, listen, hats are definitely in style, but Nick, even then, I think they would take it off, like they would go where they were going and
took
take
it
it
off.
off. You hung your jacket and your hat.
Yeah,
There's
a
a
function.
There's a line in Django Unchained where a guy's wearing a hat inside, and Django goes, "You don't wear a hat inside." Even I know that.
Right.
So there are rules about when you do and do not have that on.
Yeah.
And if at the ball game, Nick, you're still outside, so you'd see them in their seats with their hats on.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, so I guess maybe the hat was more of it was a fashion and function thing, more so than just
Yes.
being a fashion thing now.
Yeah, agreed. It probably
That's where they
was,
kept
so.
their unturned butter.
Hang on a second here. Speaking of Craig Lagans, he gave you that shirt, Nick?
Yes.
Okay, he's on the line. Hi, Craig. Good morning.
Are my testicles black?
Craig, I'm wearing the McDowell
One would
shirt
think
you
so.
gave me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's wearing the McDowell shirt you gave him.
Oh, great, Nick. I'm glad it fits.
It does actually. It's extra large, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. I heard you guys talk about ties. I own over 300 ties, so
Oh my God!
I'm not. Yeah.
What does your tie
Really?
rack look like?
Which one?
Is it?
I have multiple.
All I want to know if it's organized, Craig.
Yes, it's organized,
All right,
Kathy.
okay.
My superhero ties on one.
And he's got a lot. Yes, yeah.
And I have a lot. I'm not required to wear a tie at work, even though my job is business casual. But I wear a tie every day just because.
That's your thing. I'm not required to wear Adidas pants to work, but
that's your
but
thing.
that's my thing.
Craig, do you feel that wearing a tie, do you sense you command a little bit more respect when you're wearing a tie?
You're treated differently because back when I worked in the mailroom at my old job at HYY, I wasn't required, and I was always But when I started putting one on, I got for Christmas, all of a sudden looked at differently, felt differently.
I believe that. Yeah, I think a tie conveys a little bit of authority, or at least that little excerpt. That's why every day I dress up. I don't have to dress formally, but I do. No, but it does. It commands a little bit more respect.
Yeah, and self-confidence permeates everything you do, and if you feel good, like Fernando, it's always better to look good than to feel good, darling.
Exactly. Yes,
that's correct. All right, thanks, Craig. Appreciate it, man.
I saw Doctor Strange.
I heard. And you liked it. Very good. And you guys did a Comic Book Gurus
We did
video,
a Comic Book
right?
Gurus podcast video last night, and it will be debuting in just a couple of days. And it came out great, Craig.
Thank you, Steve. I love you guys.
See you later, man. Love you too. All right. So anyhow, but yes, they might. If this might be a trend that we'll see where required attire may not include a tie. And I think that's fine.
I think, the tie was very prevalent in Japan. Remember, there was around the time of the movie Gung Ho, in Japan, the business acumen, the morning calisthenics, that was all based on truth. There was a real heavy duty business acumen drive in Japan at that time?
I wore a tie every single day from
school, right?
For kindergarten to senior year of high school, and I don't ever.
Maybe that's why you want to be casual now when you come to work.
Listen, and then also
You're like Laurie Singer in Footloose. You're bucking. You're going against how you were raised.
I was so uncomfortable all of the time.
In school.
And it was terrible. And then also, like, I used to have to wear Docksiders, and I just remember, like, and it's like I don't want to say traumatic, but like we went to Strawberries and Clothier every August to get my school shoes for the year, and they were always so tight.
Did you ever cheat and wear a clip-on?
Well, it's not cheating when you're a child. So I wore a clip-on until I learned how to tie a tie, and I think I learned how to tie a tie at, like, I don't know, like 5th grade or something like that.
Good. It's pretty good.
And then I tied a tie ever since then.
Are you good at it, Case, tying ties?
I am, but I've gotten worse. I used to, when I was in high school, it was a perfect, triangle, and then I got away from it, and then I had, like, one of those, like, wow. I don't even know.
I think I'll probably hit it by the second time or third. I'm pretty good at it, but I don't do it a lot.
Enough
so,
to, yeah.
By the way, here's an interesting text. It says, the world was gross, meaning when we were talking about when, where hats were pretty regular. And jackets and hats and long coats kept you clean, and you never wanted to sit on someone's sofa or at their table with those outside things on you.
Oh.
So that might have been a reason why.
There's a point to be made for that as well. Yeah.
Interesting. All right, so thought that was kind of cool. All right, what else we have here?
In that big old junk drawer.
Yeah, this is kind of, was that a mousetrap?
Oh, my God.
Man, I felt something.
It's hidden in there.
So I thought this would go to City Beat, but I wanted to get to this now. The Philadelphia School of Circus Arts outdoor flying trapeze lessons are back.
You guys did that, right? Didn't you do it?
I didn't.
Yeah.
Marissa did it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Marissa did do that. So that's returning, and it
Do you think I would do that? Yeah, exactly. That's what would happen to me. The line would
you did
snap
diving,
and-
though,
Wait a minute,
right?
didn't you do that hang from the ceiling yoga stuff?
No, aerial yoga. I think they actually have it there. No, I didn't do that. I would like to, though.
Rochelle loves that.
Yeah, I would like.
Yeah.
But that you're low to the ground.
Yeah, this
you're
is
hanging, but
you're
close.
25 feet in the air, right, Marissa?
Oh, you're legit
Yeah.
hanging
Yeah.
far, and like
Oh,
I did it a
thanks.
couple of times, and then like flipped down to land on the net. Kathy, you have to do it.
Wait,
It's
so you
fun.
weren't even? No, you had to have been.
She was in a
Oh no,
harness.
you're in a harness.
Oh,
You're
okay.
strapped in, but I like the thrill of like
Of
falling.
course you did. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys, like, how strong does your upper body strength and your arm and hand strength have to be able to hold on to that?
I'll tell you how you know.
Quite a
watch America's Funniest Home Videos and watch how many people do zip lines unaware of how your upper body
Or
strength
swinging on a rope.
and the second it goes, they fall.
So
rope
that's
swing into like a body of water,
Right.
and
Yeah.
they just
They just
mess that up.
immediately fall.
so at Maury's Piers, they have a rope swing at one of the. I don't remember. I think it might be Ocean Oasis, but either way, they have a rope swing that you can go on. And the first time I was like, "Oh, I'm going to do a backflip. I'm going to crush this thing." I got about a quarter of the way through the swing, and my body was like, "Oh, you can't carry yourself, you fat ass." Last summer, because I had been working out a little bit, last summer I was actually able to do, I don't know, 3/4 of the swing. But so I wasn't sure if the trapeze was anything like a rope
I always
swing.
tell people, if you're going to do it, before you do it, see if you can pull yourself up. That's a good indicator
some
of whether or not
pull-ups.
you're able to do it.
Absolutely. I would injure myself. My shoulders would, would not be able to handle
That would
it.
not be good for your shoulders.
So after more than a 2-year break due to the pandemic, Flying Trapeze returns on grand opening weekends. This weekend, by the way, the 13th weekend of the 13th, and adults and children as young as 6 years old can fly through the air on the outdoor rig at PSCA's beautiful circus campus, which is at 6452 Green Street in Philadelphia.
That's awesome. They discontinued their lion taming class, right?
Yeah, I think so.
There was that thing last year.
So students will learn all the techniques of the circus act, including taking off from the platform, swinging, transferring to the catcher, and dropping to the net. The classes are 2 hours long and are offered multiple times a day. That sounds like a lot of fun. You can check out the info. Just do a search on Philadelphia School of Circus Arts. And apparently Philadelphia had the first circus school in America. I
Really?
read in this press release. Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. Well,
Classes, like I said, 2 hours, the max of 10 participants, $65. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
You've talked about the history of this country and just where we are. Philadelphia's bound to be the first for a lot of
about
things.
everything,
Yeah.
Yep. So that's opening up this weekend. And if you're interested, go for it. All right. What else I got here? This is more of a, this was a poll that was done, and I just thought this was interesting, and I want to see what your guys' answers were.
All
there
right.
was a poll that was done with the question, how many times have you moved as an adult?
Oh.
So I did the math, and I realized, and get the clip ready, I've moved 9 times.
9
times.
As an adult, that is. As
9.
My entire life, I've moved 12 times.
Okay, so as an
9
adult.
times.
Yeah.
So you're saying like
9 times.
We're talking 21 legal.
18, whatever.
Or like
Yeah.
out of like not college move, right?
Yeah, that
Were you an
doesn't count.
adult? And
Yeah,
you
but that
moved?
doesn't
You had
count
to move
because-
all your stuff?
Yeah, but like you kept half of it at your parents' house. You know
I didn't
what
go
I mean?
to college, so that wasn't me, but yeah.
I mean,
but
Like a
outside of
real
that-
move where I had to empty the house
your
and
stuff.
all of my
Yeah.
belongings. I wouldn't count college with that.
Then how many times have you moved, would you say?
One myself. Well, no, twice. I guess one where I had to clear the house from one house to the next, and then we moved my parents, which I still had stuff there, but I didn't live there at the
You
time.
moved their stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. How about you, Ken?
Three times. Because I moved in with my buddy Jeff for just a hot minute right before he got married. And then I moved from, oh, wait, does that count to move in with Jeff? So maybe 4. So I moved in with Jeff. Then I moved in with my wife to our place in Conchie. Then we moved to Lawrence Park. And then as a family, we moved to a different house in Broomall. So 4 times.
I would, but okay.
What?
I'm thinking 8.
8
if I'm
times,
missing
yeah.
one,
Oh
yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
Where you fully moved everything cleared out the
Yes.
house. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I hate moving.
But there was,
Moving sucks.
It's the
I got
worst.
so
It's a
good
nightmare.
at it because I am a pack animal. My friends basically think that I'm like a llama, and so I end up moving a lot. But a lot of those were apartment to apartment, so it wasn't a full house.
wasn't as
That's
bad.
still moving as an
I
adult.
know.
That's
Yeah.
still
Still packing
moving the furniture
Yeah.
and stuff to live with. And Nick, how many times you moved?
moving is worse than terrorism in my mind. I can't
It's
stand
horrible.
it. It's the worst thing on the planet. I think 9 total.
Oh, my
9
Yeah.
Well,
times.
L.A.
9 times.
L.A. and then Virginia were like the only ones out of state. But the
9 times.
the reason it gets jacked up
9 times.
is I moved like 5 times post divorce. So like there was a lot
Right.
in there, and
They still count.
Yeah, and when you're 40 and you move back in with your parents, that's a good one.
That's
Still a
That's-
I did East Northport to Northport to Brentwood. This is all on Long Island. Brentwood to Farmingdale to Glen Cove.
You went up the LIRR.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and there was a brief. That doesn't even count, but New Hyde Park. So a lot was happening in New York. Then down here would have been Media, Manayunk, Mount Airy.
Okay. I moved from St. Louis to Salem to Jeff City to St. Louis, and then I moved 3 times in St. Louis. And then I moved to Bluebell, then to Glen Mills, then to Upper Chi, and now Harleysville. So I've done it 9 times.
when was the last one?
9
you did?
9 times.
9 times.
What's that, Nick?
We're all at the point now.
9 times.
We will never do it without hiring somebody to help. But when was the last one you did without
Without help?
Yeah, without paid help.
That would have been when I moved into my last apartment in St. Louis. So
Okay.
Was that the
I moved all
9th
my stuff.
time?
No, that was
Nine
that was like the 5th time.
I'll tell you this. I actually, from Manayunk to Mount Airy, I moved a lot of it myself.
Okay.
With my brother-in-law.
But the smaller stuff, not the big stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, there were a couple things that I hired a truck just to bring on over to do that because, come on.
Yeah.
Who you trying to impress?
Marissa's the last one we have to ask. She was eating when I turned her microphone on. How many times?
I thought you were going to do the connoisseur, and I have to eat when you guys are talking about food, so I'm eating. And we have to think backwards. Center City, Manayunk, Wayne for a hot second. My parents. Are we counting college? Because like I moved to Boston
Yeah, I'd
twice
count
for
Boston.
2 years.
Well, if
I
we're-
don't
yeah,
count
if we're
college.
Counting, I didn't count college because
Me
you
neither.
left. Right, you
'Cause
left
that's
half
like
your
twice
stuff
a
at
year.
your.
You're
you
moving-
left half your stuff at your parents' house.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, well, that didn't count.
Okay. And then Villanova, Gladwin.
Oh my gosh.
New Jersey. So I think 7.
Man,
What if you count over your whole life, Preston?
12.
Okay.
Yep, 12 times total.
So I might be that because there was Baltimore briefly when I was 2 years old.
Yeah.
There was California when I was in 3rd grade for under a year. Yeah. Interesting.
All right. By the way, some texts coming in. There are people that have moved 15, 16, 17 times.
Oh, my God. No way.
17 times.
As an adult, there was one that said
17
15 times, not including college. Wow. That's a lot. Okay, well, something to consider. Let's see what else we got.
9.
9 times. I can't believe that. How about this one? Your dog likely remembers much more than you think they do. Researchers in Hungary found the evidence that dogs have an episodic-like memory, which means that they can recall events from their past just like humans, and therefore should be able to anticipate things such as you returning home from work.
We've always heard they had kind of a short-term memory.
Yeah, and they found also they can if they've had previous owners, they can remember things like that.
Well, then where are the great dog-written biographies? In other words.
Well, so Steve, I told you a few weeks ago I found there was a stray dog outside of my son's rugby field. He was such a nice dog. He followed me everywhere. Right. I had water, and he was drinking water, and I had food. He was eating the food, and he followed me everywhere. I tried to get him in my car so I could take him somewhere to a shelter or home, maybe.
Right.
He wouldn't get in the car, and I was like, something happened to him. He does not want to get, he followed me every single place. And then he put his 2 front paws up into the car. And then he's like, I'm not going in there.
Well, either that or he's never been in a car before.
Or he thinks you look sketchy a little bit.
Possibly, but why would he take food from me?
I don't know.
No, but I was thinking, there's something happened to him and he just doesn't.
Or he's in the area of his home. So a lot of times with both dogs and cats, if they have gotten out, for one reason or another, they tend to stay in the area where they get the food.
Yep.
So I've had cats that have gotten out, and they'll 5-6 days later they'll be at the door because they remember they associate the area with food.
Yeah.
So this study defines episodic memory as a quote memory of personal events and episodes in one's life and in humans. It is thought to be linked to self-representation because it implies the ability to represent the self in the past.
I've had a good life.
The researchers say that thanks to their episodic-like memory, dogs should be able to recall key events in their lives, such as their previous owners or spending time in rescue centers.
That's fascinating. I've always thought that. And I always thought that I was applying, a human ability to the animal. And I'll sometimes say, because we have a lot of animals that come into the house that have been abused or that were, and we take them. And so I said, I wonder if they ever. If that's even a memory of theirs now, if they can even remember that, because I've always had the perception this is probably another way of the people who are pet people. I know you're a Preston as well. We all are. Inflate the notion, but I always think, do they know they have it better here? And is that why you get it seems to be a little bit of extra love,
It's fun. We love our dogs to death, and there are times when they take on very human characteristics, and they feel like a member of the family, which they are in some respects. And but every now and then, when you will see their more feral side kick in, and you're like, oh, yeah, you're
like
an
with
animal.
a baby bird?
Yeah, you're an animal. That's right. I forgot.
Holy hell!
I forgot for a while. You're sitting there trying to calm the animal down, and they're just not having it. You don't even exist at this point. It's like, oh, yeah, that's right.
Like the dead mouse gift I found at the back door this morning.
But they are pretty amazing, and the fact that they have that episodic memory is pretty cool.
Were you?
So how come they can't drive?
Yeah. My dog tries to drive all the time. Press, were you growing up? Did you have dogs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if the dogs you have now were the first ones, because some people, they
no, we had dogs.
They would have died.
Yeah. Kath, what about you?
No, we weren't. We tried dogs a few times, and one we found, and he was great. He was like a full-grown black lab.
That's a wolf.
No, no. He was a black lab, and he was great. And we had him for I want to say a week.
In true Romano fashion, did you name him the black one?
Well, we did.
Or did you give him an actual name?
I don't think we gave him an actual name, but his own. We found his owners. I mean, he came with a collar and everything.
Okay, so
and
you knew he had an owner.
Yeah, he had an owner, so we had to give him back. And then we had Dusty, who was a yellow lab, and he used to attack the mailman like you would not believe. And so we actually had to get rid of him because
I'm surprised you had a dog that was so cliche.
What do you mean?
It's a cliche thing to attack.
I mean, where our mailman wouldn't come and deliver our mail because he actually went to my dad's friend and became.
He has a farm and he's running around with dogs.
No, he became a guard dog for a used car lot.
Okay.
And so he lived there. My dad, when my mom and dad got married, my dad had Daisy, who was a Doberman Pinscher.
Yeah.
And she hated my mom because my mom would do his laundry, and so the dog would sit there and growl at her. But that was
some Some effed up animals.
I think I was like 3 or 4 because Daisy was a little bit older. So when Daisy died,
So you've you guys tried.
we tried, but we had cats our whole life. Yeah, so
Okay.
we were the cat family.
Yeah, we had a lot of dogs growing up actually, but they're great to have in your life if you have the right environment
Yes.
for them. Yeah. All right. Do we have time for another or?
Oh,
do
no, we gotta
All right,
wrap it up, man.
We
Sorry.
need to seal it up, friends.
I need you to stop talking.
We will. We'll unlock the drawer again next week, most likely. We do need to take a break because Concert Cash is coming up. We have $500 to give away. It's your opportunity to also get some MMR barbecue tickets if you haven't gotten those yet. And we will also get to the Bizarre File when we return. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Tastes great together. I let him learn that one on his own.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so. But Stevie sent me this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly. And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know is how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the
love
Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it was cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. But you're a cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of, yeah.
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have some of that.
Goo.
It's
I
need that sound clip from Billy Madison. Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is
right, fancy boy.
right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like it's
Billy.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of, there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that, you could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake. Yeah. You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
he
you.
feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, where did you?
I was in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What? Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a brownie by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know
you've
what
had
that means.
Brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. A man who purchased Gwyneth Paltrow's viral "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle from Goop says it exploded and he's filing a class action lawsuit.
Candles do sometimes explode. You've had stories about that, right? Have you ever had one explode, Kathy? Or at least I had one like pop and melt immediately.
Oh, okay. So no, like I've seen you. No, I don't burn candles in my house. But I've seen it burn all the way to the bottom, and like there's just a little bit. It's just liquid at that point, and then it shatters the glass.
Okay. Well, this splattered vagina all over the walls.
Vagina, fight to the morning mass. This vagina falling, crashing, vagina falling to the ground.
Oh, they had a reporter on the scene.
Vagina catastrophes I've ever seen. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I can't compose myself. There's vagina everywhere. People trapped into huge labia. It's disgusting and a mess. It looks like deli meat strewn across the field here in Vegas, New Jersey.
Hair all over the place and
There we go. My effects. There we go, sir. I can't even. My effects. I'm so distraught.
You've been pulled into a time continuum.
I don't know what's. Oh my God.
Would it be great if field reporters did have a battery of effects?
We should encourage that.
Sad time here out on the street.
Yeah. So according to legal documents obtained by the site.
And the vagina's not quite to the mooring mast. Oh my God, it exploded. It's burning. It's crashing, falling to the ground, falling. People jumping out. They're actually climbing down pubic hair to get down to the ground.
How big is this?
This is the largest one in the world at that time.
Yeah. And the majestic vagina coming over the New York skyline.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God!
It's burst into flames.
Oh my God, it burst into flames. Huge vagina on fire. Over Lake Mississippi, falling, crashing to the ground. People jumping out, hanging off the pubic hair. Somebody is jumping. Oh, fortunately, a piece of the labia is falling down and slipping as the mat as people jump down. They're falling onto the mat.
There's one large rope hanging out of it, actually. Yeah.
So thankfully, a matted pubic hair is serving as a rope ladder for those trying to escape the fire.
Oh, my God. All right, so Colby Watson says that he purchased the 10.5-ounce vagina candle online in January. He claims he lit the candle for the first.
Is it possible that he lit the wrong side? That he lit the butt side?
I don't know. Then the first time, turn it around.
Oh, yeah.
It's an old joke, right?
Yeah, well, the methane is back there.
He claims he lit the candle for the first time the next month. All right, so I've seen a new ad on social media for this erectile dysfunction.
The one that delivers to your home?
It's like it's you put it on your unit.
No.
Have you seen this thing?
What are you taping a pencil to your dong?
No, dude, not a pencil. It looks like almost like this horseshoe-shaped thing that comes almost to a close at the end. I have not really watched the commercial, but it appears to be like a C-ring that you put on.
When you said that, that's what I was thinking.
Right?
Yeah. So that the way strippers at like Chippendales will puff themselves up with
and then tie it off essentially.
Yeah.
So I think that's what this is. If
anybody, Wilford Brimley for the Wilford Brimley C-ring.
No matter what size the good Lord gave you, the C-ring is adaptable.
If anybody,
if you order right now, we'll throw in a bamboo steamer.
If anyone has seen this and has watched the ad and wants to comment or bring me up to speed on that, please give us a call, 215-263-WMMR, because...
Did you hear that Jerry died? I'm so sorry. What happened? He was trying some sort of new C-ring and he hemorrhaged.
Nick is pulling up.
Is this it?
No, that's not it.
Oh.
That looks like one of those things you throw against the wall and crawls down. What do they call those things?
The creepy crawlies? Wall crawl?
It's got little...
Wally crawlies?
It's Steve, it looks like it's got
Is that a C-ring for
French
that?
ticklers on it.
In case you're banging against the wall?
No, it was really weird.
I don't doubt it.
And
I've
then
seen
I'm
a lot
like,
of...
why are you targeting me with this? Why is this advertising heading to me? What's that all about?
Well, it's like when your mail from the local like funeral parlors and cemeteries is addressed to you by name.
Here it is, Nick.
Eddie?
Eddie.
ED has become Eddie.
I get it.
Meet Eddie, the wearable device aiming to optimize, your situation. So see what I mean? That it's shaped kind of like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
And I guess
I'd like to play horseshoes with that.
I guess you're supposed to get yourself excited and then strap that thing on. I have no idea.
So you're tying off so that you're...
That's what it seems like to me, Steve.
That's what a C-ring's purpose is.
Does it...
It's not to get engaged.
All right. Here you go. I'll read the information. Eddie is the first of its kind wearable FDA Class 2 erectile dysfunction device. Manufacturer Giddy maintains that its unique ergonomic design improves upon current devices by working with the natural physiology of a unit where it's so funny.
You have to paraphrase.
It's so funny I can't say erection.
Yeah.
Where rings and constriction devices can actually work against it.
I swear by it, says B. Arthur.
It says here, Chloe Kent takes a closer look at how Eddie works and asks if it's truly an improvement upon the market's current state of affairs.
Preston, $298 for a 2-pack on Amazon.
What? Seriously?
No.
Look, $298 for a 2-pack. 2-pack.
Medicals.
Maybe they should get into it.
How do they charge you so much?
Eddie by Giddy.
Yeah.
Device for dysfunction proven effective, no pills, comfortable design, medical grade construction. Well, you need that.
All right.
Is it all right, hang on.
You have to nail it on.
Well, no. Is it a one-time use only, or
that's what I don't know.
No.
It's $298. There's no way, dude.
Does it say washable anywhere?
That has to be if you've multiple use. That's the kind of thing you can go halvesies on, Nick.
From the Red Hot Chili Peppers, please welcome Mr. Chad Smith to the show. Good morning, Chad. There we go.
They're just people in there just hired just to clap loudly.
That's what I do.
That's it. Yeah.
That's us. Yeah.
Gotta have
that's my
clappers, man.
gig.
Yep.
How do I get that gig?
Hey, Chad, I wanted to ask you, man. So Stone Harbor is where this is going to be. There have been sightings of you at the Jersey Shore before. No? What do you mean no?
I've never been to the. Tell me about the sightings. This sounds good.
Are you serious? We have heard there's somebody that looks like
It
you,
has to be.
that people have sworn up and down that Chad Smith haunts.
Well, we all know who that is now. Don't.
Will Ferrell out there?
Some other dude, some other really good-looking guys out there too.
I have not been to the infamous Jersey Shore. This is my virgin experience. So yeah, what should I expect?
Well, it's beautiful. Stone Harbor's a gorgeous area, first of all, that you're going to be in. And it's just, you're going to be down there for Memorial Day weekend. So, in fact, that part of the state actually weighs more than any other part of the state this time of year because everybody's going to be flooding down that way. But it's just people dying to get out and enjoy summertime. So that's the kind of vibe you're going to be digging on.
Beginning of summer. And
Yeah.
what a summer to start beginning, right?
On 93.3 WMMR. Our No Sad Bro anthem from the band Froggy, who will be playing the MMRBQ on the Preston and Steve side stage.
I'm so looking forward to
Me too.
If you go see Doctor Strange this weekend, there is quite indirect reference to Froggy.
Shut
If you see it, you'll know it. And if you're a listener to the Preston and Steve show, you'll recognize it. But I
Okay.
want to see if anybody notices it this weekend, if you
All
go see
right.
the movie.
And of course, they're going to be in Clerks 3, the Kevin
Yeah.
Smith film this
That
coming out.
blows my mind.
What case?
You know it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I am interested to find out what that is, so I'll have to see the Doctor Strange movie. But yes, they'll be at the MMRBQ, and we're still taking submissions for singers
Yes.
in our band. The live band karaoke, Sidearm is going to be your backing band. I watched a couple of the entries. I haven't gone through all of them yet. There's great stuff,
Awesome.
man. We
Awesome.
got some really good singers.
Looking forward to it.
Amongst our listeners, so that's going to be great. And of course, Jackie Bam Bam is going to be spinning a set as well. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to blow up on Blabbermouth.
Something new this year. Let's do the B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Annie Mac's Golf Tournament benefiting service dogs for veterans. And it's almost here. You can become a sponsor by visiting fetchtheballcharity.com. Use the promo code ROCK, and you'll get a free gift. Start with a story out of North Carolina. This is tragic, and I don't know how this happened, but an ill-fated prank led to the tragic and heart-wrenching North Carolina woman's accidental death, according to the district attorney, Andrew Murray. So Rachel Olivia Buchanan, 19 years old, was shot and killed in a remote area just outside of the city limits of Hendersonville by her boyfriend, Chris Shields Jr., and a friend. So Murray said that Buchanan and Shields were invited to the house of another couple, James Barber and his fiancee, Autumn Faith Nichols, to hang out. Now, while hanging out at the house, the two men left to go back to Buchanan's and Shields' home down the road for a phone charger. Due to a legend around the couple's home of a Black Panther on the prowl in the area, the two men carried firearms for their own safety. Murray said there is no doubt that several alleged Black Panther sightings had the residents on edge for their safety and well-being. So while the men were gone, Murray said that the women devised an ill-fated plan to play a prank on their respective boyfriend and fiancé by secreting themselves outside the house armed with a dozen expired eggs to throw at them. Murray said that he was told by Nichols that when they heard the men returning, she squatted to the ground to hide while Buchanan bent over from the waist to shrink. Nichols reported that she passed gas, which caused both of the women to start laughing. The men who were positioned above the women hiding heard the laughter and perceived it as growling and sticks breaking. And both men also saw a dark figure and perceived this figure to be a threat. So both men proceeded to fire multiple rounds in the direction of the shadowy figure that they believed had growled and was moving. And according to Murray, after multiple rounds were fired, they heard Nichols screaming for help. Both men immediately dropped their guns and ran to help. They found Buchanan laying on the ground and unresponsive with multiple gunshot wounds, and they provided first aid until first responders arrived. Murray said in a statement, "I'm convinced that the shooting and killing of Rachel Olivia Buchanan was a tragic and heart-wrenching accident. No criminal laws were violated by either participant in this shooting." So,
what can you say about that?
I don't know. Generally, you want to see what you're shooting before you start shooting.
I would think so. Or just blindly shoot into the woods, a la Predator.
Murray mentioned in a release that everyone involved tested negative for any impairing substances in their bloodstream. So, it was an accident. I mean, I do believe it was an accident, but I also think it sounds like there was some negligence involved as well.
Yeah.
So. A Virgin Atlantic plane had to turn back midair and fly back to its departure airport as one of the pilots had not finished their training.
Oh my God.
Flight VS3 had taken off from London and was bound for New York.
I got to be back by 4 because I'm taking landing class.
On Monday. And they were over Ireland when they had to turn back around. The first officer had apparently not completed the, quote, final assessment flight, which Virgin Atlantic requires for its own rules, though all the pilots and the airline did not break any UK aviation and safety regulations. The identity of the pilot who did not complete their training is unknown. A Virgin Atlantic spokesperson said that both the pilots on the plane were fully licensed and qualified and said that the safety of the flight was not compromised. So technically, the guy was fine to fly.
Were they tipped off when his mother dropped him off at the airport?
They
say
turned around?
Yeah, they had to. Yeah, per their company policy. They said a new pilot was then assigned to the flight back at Heathrow. The plane took off again, and they were 2 hours and 40 minutes late as a result.
I'd be asking to see diplomas when I got onto that flight.
Yep. All right, a piece of property in the lost and found at Salt Lake City International Airport has been claimed after nearly a year, and the item was a taxidermied rat. The rat was returned to its rightful owner after she recognized it in a TV news report.
What?
Carrie Polson said she returned to Utah from New York in August after attending a taxidermy class and was dismayed when she arrived home and realized that she'd lost her rat.
Oh, my God, that's my rat.
She feared that she had left it in a ride-sharing car, and so she didn't check the lost and found at the airport. Meanwhile, the rat was in good hands at the lost and found, as the supervisor noted. Workers dubbed the rat Stuart and
Like Stuart Little?
adopted it as an official mascot, often buying it hats. Paulson said that she was delighted to be returned with her stuffed rat, which he says the lost and found staff kept in good condition.
I miss you so much.
Mm-hmm. All right, a man is behind bars after police say he entered his neighbor's yard with a loaded shotgun and pointed it at several people. Brian Sarnosky walked onto the neighboring property while the homeowner and 9 other guests were playing yard games. So the homeowner said,
"How come you didn't invite me?" Well, the shotgun, Brian, the shotgun.
This is interesting what the homeowner did. He said, "I saw a silhouette of a bald man with a shotgun sitting on his shoulder, and I just had to react. That's all, a fight or flight thing." So the homeowner says that he has never met the guy, his neighbor, although the suspect's backyard faces the yard where the incident occurred. He said, "I got elbow to elbow with him, and I acted like I was his best friend." He said that he had cameras, and we set off his cameras, and we were never in his yard, not close to his yard. That's the reason he said he had come down here, though. Court documents state Sarnosky raised the 12-gauge shotgun that had a blue laser scope and 2 rounds inside with 1 round ready to fire, and he raised it multiple times at the crowd. And the homeowner said, "As I was talking, he slowly brought the gun down about hip level, and I grabbed the barrel with my left hand."
Yeah.
And his hand was actually on the trigger, and I put my hand in front of it. Sarnosky also told the crowd that he belonged to the FBI. as well, which is not true.
Yeah. FBI shows up with those shotguns.
Throughout the unnerving ordeal, the homeowner said that he remained calm and continued to reason with the suspect. He said,
I'm an agent with the FB.
He said, I didn't know if the safety was on or not. I was feeling for the safety, and I could never find it. And that's when the cops showed up. I didn't know if it was their lights or the voices, but I felt his grip loosen a little bit on the gun, and that's when I ripped it away from him.
So his reason for coming over was that he felt they were going in his backyard?
Yeah, that they were setting off his cameras.
Yeah.
And they never went in his backyard.
I need to go kill him.
He was probably done. Oh, by the way, Sarnowski faces over 40 charges, including vandalism and defecating in a police car when he was arrested.
Oh, man.
And they didn't invite him to the party? Brian's here.
Everybody, watch. He's going to take a crap on the coffee table.
Oh, my God. He really does it. Yeah. Now shoot it with your shotgun.
Pull. He was denied bond after being considered a danger to the community. So he's facing some serious charges. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right. So how much time left? Looks like we got about 3 minutes left for you to enter the word preset. That's Contra Cash keyword. All right. Preset. Send that over now, and let's see if you win a little bit later on. And by the way, speaking of winning later on, listen for a Keenan's clip to play. Something that happened at one of our live broadcasts in North Wildwood. When you hear that be the 27th caller, you will win yourself some VIP passes and your own VIP table to the event coming up on the 27th. That's why we're taking the 27th caller. It's brought to you by Coors Light, and we want you to win, so be listening for that. It could happen anytime during the show. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we got our guest cavalcade beginning when we return, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.
Vaccinations are going out, and things are becoming more normal. I think you're going to get a very exuberant response from your art collection. And how is this? How long has this been a thing for you? Because obviously you have the artistic outlet of the music. But a lot of times, people like to dabble in other stuff. How long has this part of your life existed?
Well, I would say I've been doing this particular thing about 5 years now. And this company called Scene 4 in Los Angeles approached me. And it was really their kind of idea saying, look, here's how they presented it to me. We would like to put you in a dark room, completely dark, with these light-up fluorescent drumsticks of different color, and have you improvise a solo or do whatever you want on the drums, and we're going to photograph you at different angles with different shutter speeds. And people that know about photography, the shutter speeds, slower, faster, make things blurry, and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, you can change the color and you can manipulate it on different canvases and do all kinds of modern post-production stuff. And, how does that sound to you? And I was like, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds psychedelic, and it's a connection for me from music and drumming, which is obviously my passion and the first thing that I've been doing since I was a little kid. And so it made sense to me in that way. So, that's what we did. And that was about 5 years ago. And then I have a second collection. It was so much fun. I did it again. And this time, though, I started adding afterwards in post-production. I really wanted the power and the energy and explosiveness of how I was trying to portray the drumming to pop out on a flat surface, which is really the challenge, because music and drumming is so physical and obviously, it's a audio experience, but to try to get that, translate that onto a flat surface is something I was interested in. So I've been adding things to it to embellish it, to bring out those feelings that I want to convey on the canvas, and it's been a lot of fun, and I'm just going for it. There's no art police that's going to come and say, hey, you can't do that. That's against the rules. You're supposed to do, whatever. And so I'm not really concerned with that. I just, if it touches people emotionally or whatever sort of, reaction you can get from art, any kind of art,
right?
I'm down. So it's really, I'm using my drumsticks as brushes, and actually there are brushes that people use on the drums, and the drums are my canvas, and I can express myself any way I want.
That's wild.
We've had a few other rock stars by here that have taken to artistic and oil paints and various mediums, and a couple of them actually have been drummers. We have Mickey Hart of the Dead, Rick Allen of Def Leppard as well. Do you guys? Is this a community, drummers who go into art?
Yeah, like a drum circle, a paint circle, or an art circle, or whatever. Stuart Copeland does it. Bill Ward from Black Sabbath. There's a drummer from Journey. A lot of people. I don't know. Maybe it's a drumming thing. I know. I asked Mickey about it actually because I saw that he did it, and I asked, and he's with the same company that I did. And obviously, our thing is always very different, but just to get a feel for it and how the people were to work with and all that. And he was very positive about it. So. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I guess it's a thing. Who knows?
You know what's interesting though is because you talk about that there's no art police, and I think as a musician, and this is your livelihood and so on and so forth, and albums and songs get critical reviews and so on and so forth. It's sort of liberating in a way to tie into an aspect of what you do and have that. And I don't give a rat's ass aspect to it, to just be purely something you feel at the moment. And no, I don't care how it's judged. This is what I want.
If you make art and you're worried about what other people think and you're making it for someone else than yourself, I mean, it sounds selfish, but you really, you have to be okay. You have to love it. And you don't always love everything you do, but you have to do it for yourself and come from the heart, and that's authentic.
Yeah.
And if you're making it for other people or what other people think, music, film, photography, whatever it is, art, then you're already out in a different place. And that's not where I'm coming from. So no, I mean, do I want people to like it? Sure. Do I want some people to hate it? Yes. I want action. I don't want. All right. You don't want that as an artist. You want people to love it, or they at least for me, I want a reaction. So I think that's good, and you take a risk and you grow and change as an artist. That's really important, and I'm just doing that. And people don't like it, fuck them.
I have to dump out on the F-bomb. But listen, Chad, I have a question about that and the difference between creating music and creating this as tangible art that you can hold and touch and really take in. Now, if you create something, a piece of music, it goes out into the world, people purchase it, that's great. But you still have that. When you have a piece of art, if you create something that you really love, do you want someone to buy that and have them appreciate it, or is that something you want to keep for yourself? Is it hard to let go of something that you've created that you really, really like?
Yeah, that's a good point. And also I can use the music analogy. It's like you make your songs in your garage or wherever you're at, and you write these songs, and with our situation, there's 4 people in a room, and you come up with something, and if it's really great, it touches people and people connect to it. And then it's theirs. You know what I mean? It's really no longer yours. Once you put it out into the world, it's for everybody. And I mean, if it's something that I made, I guess this is the one thing that would be different. It's a tangible one thing. If I really liked it, I would keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right? If I was like, I want to have it. I want it. But for most things, it's like, I'm doing it to express myself and share it with other people. So,
yeah, Chad, my girlfriend's a painter, and occasionally she'll paint something and keep it for herself.
Who are you?
I'm on the show as well. My name's Nick. Nice to meet you. And listen,
like the GIMP, did they keep you in the club?
That's right.
Well, today they let me take the leather mask off, but normally I'm in the closet. But she's an artist, and she's a painter, and she loves to occasionally keep a painting for herself. But listen, the reason I wanted to bring a chat just for a second is I don't want to alarm you, but we're zooming with you. There's a window behind you, and I just saw somebody wandering behind you. I don't know if you know who that is, or if there's just there. See him?
Yeah. There's somebody out your window.
Yeah. There's somebody right outside your window right now.
That's my son Dashiell. He's like loves horror movies and creepy dolls. He's on his bike right now.
Okay.
You guys are talking about you.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, if he's a horror guy, we can have a conversation.
He's quite a character. It's the same-
Chad, I've got to ask you, one of my favorite places in our country is somewhere I've been visiting since I was a kid, Montauk, New York. And I was there a couple years ago. And apparently, now hopefully we get this rumor right, but apparently I just missed you at Swallow East. You jumped on stage, this was the story, to play with the band that was there.
Probably, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm in Montauk right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love it there.
Yeah, it's great. Dashiell, they're just talking about how creepy you are behind you.
He's going to put his son on with us. Louis St. Lucide of Dashiell. Hey! What's up, dude?
We've been coming here for about 16 years now. My wife's from this area in Long Island. A little bit, not quite as far, but we're here, and we come in the summer whenever we can, and when I'm not working, and I'm sure I've been Talk House, Surf Lodge, you name it. If there's a drum set, I'm showing up. I'm getting up.
I love it. That's cool.
Do you go to Lynn? Do you go to Lynn's Hula Hut, the little hut in the parking lot? If you haven't, you have to go there.
I'm taking any gigs. I'm in the Hula Hut in Montauk.
Yeah.
So does that mean will you go back there instead of staying in Stone Harbor over the weekend, or are
I'm just coming in? Actually, I'm doing. There's a thing at the World Trade Center at the Oculus where you walk through it.
That's right.
And I have a thing there on Friday, and it's running through the weekend. But I have to go down for Friday.
Look over your right shoulder.
Really trippy. It's like 2 football fields long, giant digital screens, and my art and a bunch of other people.
Chad, turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah, I just ran away.
Listen,
he was up on the windowsill.
Don't encourage them.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
It's a rascal. This one. I mean, I'm getting payback big time.
Hey, does he play? Does he play drums?
He used to really like the guitar when he was younger. I thought he was going to be the next Jimi Hendrix, but he kind of gave it up. He likes skateboarding and just wreaking havoc with his parents. So now he riding his bike, and he kind of. But my middle one, my 12-year-old, plays the drums actually, and it's a room full of drums in here.
Ah, nice,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, Chad. I have a drum question for you.
Bed and 3 drum sets.
I have a drum question for you. I'm a lifelong drummer. I'm 53 years old. I quit for a long stretch. I have some hearing issues. I have tinnitus. I played in a band. I did the damage. It's over. But I've been getting back into it the last few years. Bought a great Roland electronic kit. And I've decided to crack down and work on the fundamentals, things that I should have done that I really wasn't paying attention to when I was in marching band and so on. And so I'm really working hard, and I'm doing it just for me. I'm not going to play in a band or anything like that. I just want to be a great drummer just to entertain myself and to satisfy myself. And so I've been working hard. I've been seeing a lot of progress. I'm feeling really, really good about it. And then, boom, all of a sudden, I got this wicked case of tendonitis in my left elbow. And I went to an orthopedic, and he's like, you got to stop playing for a while. But, dude, my momentum is, I'm tearing it up. I'm improving so much. And I don't know if I should listen to the doctor or I should follow my heart and keep on practicing hard,
Man, is it have anything to do with the Roland kit, like how you're hitting? Is that because they don't have a lot of, do they have a lot of give?
No, they did. You know what? Actually, where I initially heard it is I was doing it on a pillow, to work on my rebound a little bit, and I think I went a little too hard on that. So it was my own doing, I think.
I mean, I feel you, brother, when you want to do it, and then it's like, you can't, or you're not supposed to. Is it inflammation or is it tendonitis?
No, it's like it might be like a little tear in there. So,
Okay.
Yeah. But you've played for as hard as you guys play, especially when you're touring. Do you ever have these things pop up where it's like, oh man, what am I going to do?
Yeah. Absolutely. It's more. I don't think that I've had tendonitis.
Yeah.
but I get inflammation in my joints and my wrist and my elbow. I mean, it's not normal to do this.
Right.
You're an old man like me, so it's like it's going to catch up to you.
Yeah.
So you really, it's a funny thing. I tell people, it's like, it's no longer like, you party all night and get all wasted and whatever till 4 a.m, sleep for 2 hours, get up. I mean, it's literally now it's
there's the mix up with the address. He'll be here in just a minute during this segment. But I wanted to mention this. This is pretty cool. A couple of years ago, the Preston and Steve Show got the honor of being inducted into the Hall of Fame for the Pennsylvania Association of Broadcasters.
That's right.
And they have announced their 2022 Excellence in Broadcasting Awards earlier this year. The annual luncheon is today, and we have 5 people from our staff that are going to be recognized.
How about that?
In categories. So first, I want to congratulate Sarah Parker and Nick Murphy for the Outstanding Use of Digital Media Award, and they got that for the Rock Breakdown, which is
great.
A great segment that you see Sarah in, but behind the camera is Nick Murphy doing the work. Then you have Pierre Robert and Pancake and the WMMR team for Outstanding Radio Feature, and they won for the WMMR Remember September 11th, 20 years later program event.
Which was amazing.
And then finally, Bill Weston won, and the WMMR team for the Judges Merit Award for 40 years of Pierre Robert.
Excellent.
Santa's got to go.
Yep, Santa had to go.
I need you to stop talking.
Santa's going to Harrisburg.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
To go and receive the award. So congratulations.
Is Harrisburg?
Man,
That's where they're doing the luncheon today. I don't know if is Murph going? He is. He's not here. That's why he's not here.
No, he's here.
He's here.
Yeah, he's hiding.
I can't. From where I sit, I can't see him. Hi, Nick. I see your hand.
Yeah.
There you go. All right.
That's awesome.
And then another congratulations. I got this email it is from Helena Gallant, and she says, "Hey, y'all gadzooks. After 10 long years, our Ben, former intern Ben, has graduated.
I saw this.
He graduated. That was him. One more time, if you would, Casey, please.
As you can imagine.
And he graduated from Temple with his Bachelor of Arts degree in Media Studies and Production. He is the godfather of the radio station at Radio Bucks at Bucks County Community College and has been in radio for as long as I've known him. This is from his wife, by the way. He is, or his better half. I don't know if they're married or not.
He married his mother.
Congratulations on you two getting married, by the way, if you haven't. Yeah. And he is also the genius mastermind behind the phrase, as you could imagine. And it would mean a whole lot if you could give him a shout out on the air. Thanks so
Absolutely.
much. And that is from his better half, Helena. So congratulations.
As you can imagine.
That's really cool. That's one of that segment is a very popular one on the Daily Rush list, where he came in here a little winded.
Oh my God.
And that's why he's talking that way at the microphone.
That whole segment was great because we had an exotic dancer who was in here, and she was talking about going to college, and in class she would just get away with an easy grade without working hard. And Ben was not; he didn't appreciate that.
You gotta be kidding me.
Goddamn ridiculous.
Goddamn ridiculous. You wear a crop top and you get an A?
Look at my fingers of the bone over here. It was so funny. That Daily Rush is one of my favorites. If you want to check that out, it's on our YouTube page, on Preston and Steve YouTube page. Did you have something?
No.
Oh, I thought your hand was up. Oh, it's okay.
No. I'm
Stretching?
I'm not. No, I don't know why my hand was up. I have no idea. I'm just
There's been a couple times where I've glanced over and I thought, so we do these hand signals in
It's
the
Hand
studio.
Puppet Friday.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what it is.
Hey,
You're supposed to draw a face on your hand and make it talk for you.
I mean, speaking of which, we are literally going to have a puppet on the air next week.
I know.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a comedian.
Yeah, he's a comedian. But no.
Wait, who, Nick?
Is it Piff the Magic Dragon?
No. It is, Felt Face is what this guy's name is.
Felt Face.
Yeah, you got to
That's the
see
Magic Dragon. He wore a dragon suit.
Yes.
He was a comedic magician.
I think
he was funny.
Piff might be touring at some point too, which is why I thought it might be him.
I like Piff.
I like Piff
I
as
thought
well.
we had him by here, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
He was in his full costume and everything.
Yeah, it's interesting when you have creatures like that, because we've had the Fanatic in studio from time to time, and the Fanatic doesn't say anything.
Right.
But he is one of my favorite radio guests that there is. So.
Tremendous.
Yeah. So I don't.
Breaking news.
That came out of nowhere. What's up?
Well, our comedian is here. I just wanted to jump in.
Well, that's,
He's
breaking
on the
news.
elevator as we speak.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't even get to go into the Acme Lounge.
No.
He's coming straight off the elevator.
We have candy bars ready for him.
Brought into here. Do we have
Hang
candy
on.
bars?
I think so.
We got candy bars?
Well, those were. Yeah, there's usually.
They're for guests.
We'll put a basket of M&Ms out there.
Oh, okay, M&M. Sorry.
Are you serious?
They're not for you.
I didn't know
I
this.
know where. Apparently.
Actually,
I do
you're
work
right.
here.
You shouldn't have told Nick. I didn't.
Where did the candy go?
I didn't realize.
Nick has the chocolate around his mouth.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, to be honest with you,
It's an outrage. It's a freaking outrage.
whenever I see
Working my fingers to the bone. She wears a halter top and gets a master's degree.
What were you going to say?
No, just whenever I see that basket out there with the M&Ms in the basket, I'm so surprised that there are still M&Ms in that basket because usually if you put something out on that table,
She puts them away.
it's free range.
She knows. She's wise.
She's smart.
Absolutely.
By the way, I also wanted to mention something. This is a very
Breaking news?
good sign of the times. Not really. No, it's not.
Breaking news.
It's not breaking news.
We go now to the news center high atop One Bala Plaza. And our correspondent Preston Elliott with breaking news.
We live interns have returned to the Preston Studios. So we would like to welcome intern Aaron to the family of the Preston and Steve show, and she will be helping out. We're going to have different interns each day. So we had suspended, obviously, to COVID. The internship program went away, and listen, I do have to admit, having fewer staff around was kind of a nice change for a little while. It is so great to have more people circulating back in.
Well, and the truth of the matter is that Marissa runs a great program that actually you get to experience what it's like to produce a show like this and be a part of this. And it was always good knowing that in a way we were helping sending people out into the world with a real taste of what radio is like.
Maybe we can have a weekly segment with Erin on her hair alone because she has like a gigantic head of red hair that I'm imagining the maintenance on that must be quite voluminous.
YouTube videos. That's what I'm thinking.
Videos.
How to dry your hair.
Yeah, maybe something like that. All right, and with that, just in time, our guest has arrived. He's making it in the studio. Fresh from his Uber driver's mess up. Ladies and gentlemen, he will be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. Please welcome Jesus Trejo.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Thanks for having me. There's more than one address with the same number.
Yeah. So tell us about your little adventure this morning getting here.
I tipped my Uber driver $50 cash. Yeah, because I wanted him to pretend we were family. He was good. He got out. We hugged and everything. Waved at me. And he said, "What radio station you going to?" I'm like, "I don't know."
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm here. There was the whole thing.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're here. Yeah.
I made it here. Never on time, but
yeah. No, you were trying to be on time. Not your fault.
Yeah. No, I was here. Yeah, for sure.
You are exonerated in this whole thing.
Yeah.
Yes,
So we're at One Bala Plaza. He ended up going where, Casey?
to like One Bala Avenue, which isn't far away,
And
but
it sounds dangerous too, because bala in Spanish means bullet. So I'm like, I'm in the wrong place.
Yeah, I've worked here for 20 plus years. I didn't know that Bala meant that.
I'm here to like
enlighten us.
teach.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Thanks.
So Bala, it was the whole thing. I was
We're scared.
We're going to Bullet Avenue.
Yeah, Bullet Avenue. One bullet. Like that's all you need, I guess. I don't know. Anyway.
And
but
then
yeah.
you got here and you saw how rough this place is.
Oh, it's beautiful, man. You guys
thank you.
have staplers and stuff.
yeah, we do.
Listen, it's our first time meeting, so it is nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, our pleasure.
No
Yeah,
problem.
yeah.
Let's find out a little bit about you. Where you from and getting into comedy and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, I am from Long Beach, California, born and raised. I am Mexican and an only child, which is weird. You don't have that a lot. I was on Ripley's Believe It or Not because of it. So.
It is stunning, I have to say.
It really is. Like, I grew up confused. I never understood how I still had hand-me-downs growing up.
With no other
Yeah,
siblings.
it's hard to pick up girls in your mom's blouse kind of thing.
Oh my God! Wow.
Let me ask you. So Long Beach, that's where the Queen Mary is, right?
Absolutely. I grew up just down the street from the Queen Mary.
Right, which is a hotel. Is it like here with the Liberty Bell? No one goes and visits it because it's right here, or is that a big thing in Long Beach?
It's a big touristy
It
thing
is?
for sure. Yeah, but it's growing up, I would go down to the Queen Mary. My first job, as a matter of fact, was at the Queen Mary during Halloween.
They have events there and stuff too.
It's haunted,
charitable,
supposedly, right?
Oh, it's haunted for sure.
Yeah.
My first job there was scaring people in the maze for Halloween.
Oh, wow,
And they put you in the boiler room, which is probably the most Yeah, haunted
that's
place.
awesome.
And you would hear steps. Thank you so much. Like you would hear steps, and then it's like I only worked there for like 2 weeks. I'm like, I'm hearing steps. They're like, yeah, it's your peers. I'm like, I'm good.
I'm out of here. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I love. We have a ship here that's the I don't know. Is it still here? The United States.
It's still there.
Yeah.
I thought it would be great to turn that into a haunted attraction or something like that. You know, and those you can't help it. They're creepy. You know.
Yeah, those things, man. It's like whoever can get a hold of an old building and you just think it's like creepy, that's half of the work right there.
Exactly.
You're just charging people to go into a rundown place, essentially. What a great foolproof business plan.
Yes. Well, while you're here, you got to check out the prison. Eastern State Penitentiary is it's one of of the top haunted
Really?
attractions.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah,
That's pretty cool.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
I stay away from that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's like I get scared very easy. So.
Do you?
Really?
Oh yeah, I'm not built like that. No way.
Are your family's religious?
Very religious.
And so a lot of times, I had a friend who was Mexican growing up, and his family did not want anything to do with horror movies, Ouija boards, stay the hell away.
Yeah, why would you want anything with a Ouija board?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm superstitious that way. I mean, I grew up with, hardworking Mexican parents. My dad was a gardener. Used to go out working with him. No matter how much I helped him, he always told me that I was lazy. And one time he told me that I'm lazy, if I was a transformer, I'd be a futon.
Like he's a comedian.
Like, who writes that on a birthday card? You know what I mean?
So they held you to a standard, right?
What's that?
Their parents held you to a standard.
Yeah, they held me to a standard. Like, it was just like my parents are from Mexico. I'm born and raised in Long Beach, so certain things I couldn't explain to them. Like, try explaining ripped jeans to your immigrant parents.
Right, yeah.
That's a hard sell. I remember one time walking out of the door, going to a show. My dad's like, hey, don't go anywhere. You can't go on stage. Your pants are ripped. And he got me. I looked down like, no, I bought them this way. He's like, wait a minute. You bought them like that?
Yeah.
Really? I'm like, yeah. He's like, how much you pay? I'm like, $50. He's like, I give you something for free right here.
Right.
He's like, no one's going to believe that your pants ripped telling jokes. Like,
Did they react when you said comedy? Was that received warmly by them when you said you wanted to do this?
Warmly, in the fact that my dad's face just turned red. Yeah. I didn't work this hard for you to tell jokes.
Yeah, man.
So my upbringing as a comic started at the Comedy Store. So I worked there for a couple years.
Legendary?
Cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, legendary. Rest in peace, Mitzi Shore, who ran the club for a long time. So I kind of cut my teeth there as far as, just learning the craft, and, I parked cars, I did maintenance, whatever it took for stage time.
By the way, some of the most famous comedians in the world did that same progression where you work the door, and that's how you kind of help yourself get time on stage, and you can bump yourself up a little bit. So
Yes, sir.
that had to be mind-blowing to you to have that.
I mean, that was great. I mean, to be in the company of like, your Bill Hicks, your Sam Kinison, people who have walked through that door of like Jim Carrey, Richard Pryor,
Robin Williams.
Yeah. I mean, just so many.
Everybody,
any
comedic name that you can think of walked through those doors and took the stage there.
Yes, sir. And it's such an amazing institution that to be able to even park a car or clean a toilet there, to me, felt legendary. And my dad's like, you have a college degree, man. Like, you went to college for this? Had you?
Yeah.
My dad always would say, he's like, if you knew you wanted to be a clown, you couldn't like saved money, not gone to college. I'm like, I'm not a clown. He's like, well, that's funny. So it's tough.
What did you graduate to? What kind of degree did you graduate with?
Marketing degree.
Okay.
That's actually good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's at least it's germane to what you do to market yourself a bit,
And if you come to my shows, you'll see that I didn't really pay attention in class.
Yeah.
So I'm learning how to market stuff. No, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I went to college, studied, ended up at the Comedy Store, and just learned the ropes there and be able to see the best comedians night after night perform. It basically was just like I was getting paid to learn. Essentially.
I was cracking up. You were recounting a story, doing some research on you, and you were talking about something, because I did stand up for a while, and you took a story about doing a college at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
And tell the story, because I've told a very similar story on this show, same sort of experience.
So one of the worst gigs I ever remember is me showing up to a college, 11 a.m. They're ready to go. I'm performing.
11 a.m. for stand-up.
11 a.m.
Yeah.
And it's at a food court. And I show up, and I'm like, all right, well, you know, let's have at it. And so the person leading the event comes out. I said, okay, I'm here. You know, let's do this. And I'm like, where's the stage? It's like, oh, we couldn't find it. There were some pieces missing to the stage, so we couldn't build the whole thing. We just decided not to go and build it. I said, sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, where's the show gonna be? It's like right here. I'm like, do people know? It's like, yeah. I'm like, so where are the signs? It's like, oh, our printer doesn't work.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's fun. So how are people like gonna find out about it? So I just kind of keep that to myself. And I said, do you at least have a microphone?
Oh no.
And then they're like, yeah, we have a microphone. Of course, it's wireless. I'm like, where's the speaker? It's like right over there. It's pointing in a weird direction.
Yeah.
So now it's like, hey, you're on in 5. I'm like, okay. So the host forgets my name. He goes on stage, and by stage I mean just walks up and just starts talking to the microphone. He's like, oh, for your comedic pleasure, and looks at me. He kind of like mouths this to me and goes, what's your name? And he goes, here you go, and just baton passes a mic to me.
Here you go.
I got to take the non-existing stage now. And I go up there and I'm just talking. And you have to do an hour at these college shows.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and they time it. They set the timer. You got to do the hour.
Oh.
And I'm sitting there 20 minutes into it. I'm sweating through a denim jacket. And I look back at the promoter, and I'm like, you know, no one's laughing. I'm shrugging my shoulders, and it gives me the thumbs up. You're killing me.
You know what happens, and you'll back this up. The reason why colleges were so good for a while, and I don't know if it's still the same, they have a budget, they've got to spend it, or they don't get that
100%
the next year, so they have money to burn. So what I did the exact same situation, food court, except I'm told on this show, they didn't hand me a microphone. Do you know what they handed me? A megaphone, like an old style conical where
With
you hold
batteries and stuff?
batteries. No, not even a
What if it
megaphone.
was just a piece of paper?
Like Rudy Valley used
Make
to
a
sing
cone
it.
out of this, buddy.
I'm like, are you effing kidding me? Like, you know, like at sporting events where they yell through the,
The cheerleaders.
the cheerleaders use.
But you know what? And I've never done stand up before, but being in this job, I've had to host events and things like that.
yeah.
And I've shown up at some stuff and gone, really? And then you just go, okay. I
Exactly.
You just do it. You know?
And the kicker to that gig was that with the food court, there was a restaurant under construction.
Oh, no.
So you can hear a glorious jackhammer in the back. So I'm competing with the construction crew.
Yeah.
I mean, but it happens all the time. There was another one. I'll never forget this. This was a city college gig that I got hired for.
Yeah.
And I wasn't in the food court. I wish I was in the food court, put it like this, but they put me in a hallway. And there was like a little podium thing like underneath the staircase, and they're like, yeah, you know, just sit here, and there's a couple chairs there. I could have done the same 5 minutes worth of material and got a different crowd. People are just shuffling in front of me.
Yeah.
So the other day, I could have said that for an hour, and people were like, oh, there was a comic performing here.
But you know, you figure it out. They don't care how it goes. They just want they want to be able to show whoever's ever providing the budget. Yeah, I booked this show. I booked this show. I booked this show. And as long as they can do that, it doesn't matter. So that's why you end up playing a hallway.
Yeah.
But of all hell gigs, like recently with Chappelle getting clipped on stage, have you ever had somebody rush the stage, or have you ever had a physical encounter? Because a lot of comedians talking about that now with what just went down.
Yeah, it's really scary. I mean, the worst that's happened to me is like I had a guy waiting for me at my car.
Oh.
And after
Not
a
good.
gig, and I made it easy for the guy. I mean, I parked at the back door of the venue. There was only one car there. I come out, he's sitting on the hood of the car. He's like, what were you talking about on stage about me? I said, oh, I can't remember, man. My memory's terrible. And I mean, these situations happen. It's scary. And, you know, I've been jogging every day just in case. You know what I mean? Got to run away. Be ready to run. You got to get your endurance up, man. I am not a fighter. I can't fight.
Nor is it your job. A good venue, and you're playing a good venue with Punchline. They have a. You know, they know what to do. And listen, it shouldn't be the case. If you don't, if you're not, here's a little a caveat to all this. If you're not the laughing type, don't go to a comedy show.
Sure.
Yeah, don't, you know.
Yeah, look the comic up ahead of time.
Yeah.
If it's to your liking, great. If not, don't go. And yeah, I can't fight, man. I took karate as a kid, but man, like I got all the way up to Orange Belt, which is just perfect attendance. Other than that, I don't know what I'm doing up there.
Orange is perfect attendance?
Yeah.
Run. Jesus, I wanted to ask you about your show, Tacos con Todo.
Yes, sir.
That is where you sit down with other comedians. I'm looking at a clip of this right now, and so I see Mark Maron and Bobby Lee. And what's the show all about?
So we're working right now on the 3rd season, working with the great people over at First We Feast Complex Media, and we got this show called Tacos con Todo, which basically we map out a whole where all the great taco spots in LA are, which is at every turn.
Oh, you're
And we
talking
sit
our
down
language.
We sit down with comics and we chop it up. But this season, it's going to be really, really amazing. We got Bobby Lee, like you said, and Mark Maron. We sat down. I took him to one of the most amazing birria spots, which is goat meat. And I took him down there. Yeah.
We need you to go to, there's a spot over here. Foxy Lady Chef has a, oh my gosh, what's the name of her spot? What's it called? Juana Tamale. You got to go there.
Which he's doing is billed as like West Coast taco,
yeah,
right?
so there weren't any places around here that were like what she saw out west.
Oh,
and,
really?
and how do you say it? Birria?
Birria.
Okay, Birria, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm white.
No, you nailed it, dude.
But anyway, it's an amazing spot, and it's in like South Philly. It's
taken off.
Yeah, totally taken off. But I mean, if that's what you like,
Yeah, no, I'm into it. As I was coming up here, I was told that there was a lady who has a pop-up in her backyard and makes like a birria type thing, and was featured on some show on Netflix. Is that what we're talking about?
Is it possible?
it
it's
might be.
Foxy
I don't
Lady?
really know. She's definitely making waves, and so her deal is she was running her stuff out of a underground arts, so it was another sort of like musical venue, and she was running her thing out of there. And then the pandemic happened, blah blah blah, and
took off.
She had a really nice following on Instagram, and that's how I ended up finding out about her about a year ago.
She's also a big weed aficionado.
She's a big weed aficionado as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I feel like we can relate.
Well, what's your preference for? I mean, is there any bad taco or are all tacos?
I'll tell you about weed. I'm more of a sativa kind of guy.
Well, they are related, right?
Yeah. I thought that's where you were going with it. I'm like, all right, let's have my answer ready.
There's a place called South Philly Barbacoa. I think that's the one you saw on Netflix, and that one's great too. So the one that Casey recommended is phenomenal. Foxy Lady Chef is great, but South Philly Barbacoa, I think that's the one you saw on Chef's Table, right?
Yes.
And that's really damn good. And that's one of those ones where you have to get there at like 10 in the morning, 11 in the morning, because whatever they make for the day,
it's done.
It's done. Yeah.
Oh, is that every day?
It is. And listen,
my God.
I don't know how many times you've been to Philly, but it's a great food town. There is a lot of really great restaurants in the city.
It's a great food town. I'm curious to go because everyone has their preference. See, Philly cheesesteak is to Philly what tacos are to LA. Everyone has their you can't go there. You got to go over here.
No, you're spot on.
That's a tourist spot. And you're like, no, that's pretty authentic. So as far as Philly cheese, what's the spot?
So again,
you're going to get 5 different answers.
It's a litmus test. Yeah, I'll tell you what.
I like Jim's.
Jim's. That's
What
one
do you like,
I've heard a
Steve?
lot more.
I like Pat's.
I like Geno's.
Yeah.
But I also honestly I like
answers already.
So there's actually the place Donkeys
in Camden.
It's in Jersey.
Yeah.
That's a rocking.
And some people don't consider
cheesesteak.
Yeah, some people don't consider an actual cheesesteak because it's served
on a Kaiser roll.
It's such a tough thing.
A poppy Kaiser roll.
He just told us that he was scared to come here because bala means bullet in Spanish.
We're
Don't
gonna
send him to Camden.
No, I'll go over there. I've done colleges over there, Rutgers.
There you go.
Sure.
Then you know it.
I'm not scared. I mean, I grew up in the hood.
Yeah. So what's your favorite? Again, you probably won't have one single answer, but what's your favorite taco?
You know what? One of my favorites is this place called Evil Cooks, right? So it's a couple, and they're very heavy metal. There's a pentagram on the side of their truck, but they operate out of a front yard of a house. And they have some of the most amazing tacos ever. They stamp all the tortillas with like a carbon, like a charcoal kind of pentagram thing. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Al Pastor, which is like almost like a shawarma thing that kind of spins and it's red. So that's Al Pastor.
Okay.
They do one, but it's all black. And the reason it's all black is because it's an old Aztec recipe, and it's like spices and that kind of thing. So it looks off, but it is the most delicious thing. Also chorizo They have chorizo tacos, which is green instead of red.
Okay.
There it is, and it is the most.
Wow.
They make an al pastor thing out of squid. So this guy is.
Wow.
I mean, he's thinking outside of the box.
Love that.
They're doing. He has some dessert tacos, and it's like cheesecake. There's the squid deal.
Holy hell.
Wow, that looks good.
I don't do squid.
I love squid.
I do
Sign
too.
me up.
Is it the hotter the better for you, or is it all nuance? Is
It
it?
just depends what I got to do the next day. Yeah, I mean, it's like, how spicy are we going?
Yeah.
Green sauce, red sauce. It's almost like a green or red, a blue or red pill. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
Depends what you want to do tomorrow. Yeah.
Where do you want to be in the Matrix?
Yeah. But they got some amazing dessert tacos. So this guy has a taco with a churro in it. Then there's another one that has like a flan taco, and they have like rose petals and mint. So these guys run a street taco stand, but it's like a cordon bleu Michelin experience.
Wow.
Oh,
okay.
man.
All right. Next time I'm headed to LA, I'm consulting your social media for sure, man.
Oh, let's go together, dude.
Yeah.
So, I mean, listen, I love a taco. If I go to any like sort of food truck festival, I'm going to the taco truck first. It's my, but at the same time, I love Taco Bell. What are your thoughts on Taco Bell? Because I'm going to Taco Bell today for lunch.
I was talking about I like weed. I'm a sativa guy, so yeah. Taco Bell's right there. They're hand in hand.
Yeah.
They're basically medicinal.
Yeah, and by the way, you know, New Jersey's recreational now. You know that, right? So
I did not know
if you
that.
do go
Yeah.
to Donkeys, you can go stop somewhere else while you're over there.
Great. Yeah. That's a great way to put it. It's like Taco Bell can be medicinal. You got some stuff you want to get rid of?
Yeah.
Get you a Taco Bell. Empty the trunk.
Tuning in, Jesus Trejo is going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. Real quick, I wanted to ask a question because Steve, you had mentioned, Jesus and your parents being very religious, and your name, Jesus, is that a result of your parents' religion, or?
I'm gonna say yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, like Jesus. It's such an odd thing, and I don't know exactly why they named me that, but it was like.
How often you get the someone calling you Jesus that sees the name written? Or,
all the time.
All the time?
Mm-hmm. You know what's interesting? So I do shows in Mexico. I go to Mexico, and my birth certificate, they're looking at it, and the promoter, the paperwork that they had did not match because they didn't have what can only be described as the accent.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. But yeah. So the thing. So they're looking at my paperwork, and they're like, "Yeah, your name is not Jesus Trejo. It's Jesus Trejo." This is
wow.
I'm at Benito Juarez Airport in Mexico City, and they're not letting me through because of the mismatch, and they're being real sticklers about it. And I'm there, and then they had to call over another guy. And he's like, "It's fine, it's Jesus," but they literally were looking at the thing, and it made me realize I started spiraling. I'm like, is my real name Jesus Trejo?
Am I Jesus?
Legally.
That's
crazy.
I didn't realize they'd be that much of a stickler. But
I didn't either. I mean, I'd gone a bunch of times, never in that capacity. I mean, when I started going to Mexico to perform, never in that capacity. And that's when they got me. And I'm like, oh, wow. Like, hey, Ma, you're not going to believe this. But you forgot the accent. And apparently my real name is Jesus Trejo.
Yeah. Well, what about Trejo? Because you have, obviously, you get the Danny Trejo thing, right?
Yeah.
All the time.
Not related at all.
Yeah.
I met him once when I was in high school at a car show. He was like the coolest guy ever.
Yeah.
And actually, a couple months ago, I saw him at a red light off of Sunset. And I turned around. I'm like, no way. Roll down the window. I'm like, hey, over here.
Did you see the documentary about? We've had him on a couple times, and there's a documentary, his prisoner number about his time in I think it was Chino, where he was.
Oh wow!
Holy hell!
First, I would love to see that.
And the guy has become, through all the crap he's gone through, the most inspiring.
He's also funny, dude.
He's funny.
He's a funny guy.
He's machete. Yeah.
And I love his philosophy when it comes down to choosing roles. I don't know if you guys heard of that.
Yeah, no.
He'll only do a role for a bad guy if the bad guy dies.
Yeah.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it's like if you look it up, it's a whole thing that he subscribes to, and I think that's a.
Wow.
I mean, talk about artist integrity. Like he plays usually a certain type of character, but he makes sure that this character doesn't kind of move on, kind of thing.
Well,
Wow.
he goes and does the scared straight stuff and all. He'll go. He talks to prisoners all the time. Takes it out of his own schedule. Yeah.
He's got a restaurant too, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Trejo Tacos. Yeah.
Have you gotten there yet for the show?
Yeah. He has donut shops. He has a bunch of stuff. That guy's an amazing businessman, just an all-around swell guy.
That's awesome. You don't get free tacos at Trejo Tacos, do you?
You should.
I hope so.
I hope so.
I'll pull out my ID, but I would love to meet him.
Well, we have to wrap this interview up, but before we get rid of you here,
Yes,
I wanted
sir.
to sing you a song that I sang at Bible school every single day. Okay.
Okay.
How do you spell relief? J-E-S-U-S. J is just for asking. E is for easy. S is for salvation. U-S for us. How do you spell relief? You guys embarrassed for me yet?
Yeah.
J-E-S-U-S.
It took about a quarter of a second.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm embarrassed for myself as well, but that's for you, G.
There'll be barrels of Kool-Aid when you leave. You can take a sip. They're laced with cyanide.
Never had that happen before, have you?
No, never.
I did that for
Always
you.
remember.
No, I always remember. He said he was going to sing, and then he starts reading it. I'm like, oh, that's singing. Okay. I don't know what they called singing at that school, but I appreciate you saying that out loud to me. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. That was very sweet, brother. I appreciate that.
Jesus is at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. 2 shows both nights, 7:30, 9:45. You can get tickets at punchlinephilly.com. Nice to meet you, Jesus.
Nice to meet you guys. Thank you so much for having me. Pleasure.
Have a good time in Philadelphia. Get your addresses correct with your Uber driver.
Yes,
Your
sir.
next destination. Jesus Trejo again. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. We're going to get actor Sean Young on when we return. Stay there.
Preston and Steve
On 93.3 WMMR.
The MMRBQ is almost here, featuring Disturbed.
Right.
So it's a whole different thing. It's really like taking care of yourself, eating right, getting enough sleep. Sounds so boring, but yeah, it's inflammation is the thing that gets me.
Okay.
And so I have to when after we play, if anything hurts or not, I just ice.
Yeah.
I ice my wrists. It's mainly my wrists that tend to get, sticky, as I like to call it, and that really helps. But tendonitis, man, that's
Yeah. I should probably listen to the doctor. I don't know. They'll work it out later. But speaking of the music, I did hear a whisper recently that you and the Red Hot Chili Peppers are starting to get ideas together for a new record. Any truth to that?
There's truth to that. Yes, you heard correct. We're making a record, and we're almost done with it.
Wow.
And then when it's the pandemic thing is no concerts, so we just wrote music and recorded a bunch of songs, and we're gonna put a record out when it's done and baked like a nice cake.
Yeah.
And we'll go play some shows. We're gonna play next year though. We decided to wait. I want it to be fun and safe, and as you were talking about, as normal as possible for everybody, and have the experience not only performing but going to the show. So I know there's some shows popping up now, but we're gonna wait until next year, like a lot of people, and come out.
How do you guys? How do you guys keep it so fresh and continue to put out like good new music that doesn't sound like the album before or the album before or the album before? You guys have a knack to really just continue to produce great new music.
Wow, you're very smart. Not only handsome, powerful.
Powerful.
Anyway. Yeah, thank you. Well, we love it, and so, guy, and as I was just alluding to before, I think that you have to keep changing and growing and challenging yourself as an artist. It's just why keep doing the same thing over and over, or some people that's kind of all they can do, so they do that. Okay. But we're pretty good, as humbly as I can say. We like all kinds of different music, and we want to not do what we did. It's going to sound like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but we have a distinct, something I'm very proud of. We have an identifiable sound to our band. And, Anthony has a very, recognizable voice. And we play the way we do, and you put four of us together, and we can kind of do anything. So we're so fortunate that way. That opens up the palette of like fast, slow, hard, funk, rock, blah blah blah, all those stupid categories. We just make music that we like, and hopefully you make some good ones. They're not all going to be great, but
hey,
do it, man.
Chad,
keep doing the same thing. That would be.
I wanted to ask about the dynamic with your guitar players and Josh Klinghoffer and John Frusciante and the floating in and out of the two guys. Does that get weird at all? Trying to make those decisions of who's going to be playing guitar on with the band now, and because I mean you're talking about your livelihood, you're talking about a brotherhood and all that stuff. So how difficult is it to make those? And you're also talking about legalities and stuff, about contracts and things. So
yeah, it is difficult. We don't interchange our band members like changing our underwear. It's like the chemistry of a group is so important, and that really to me separates all the great bands have amazing chemistry, and it doesn't mean every player has to be so proficient on their instrument, and it's just how it's a team, and it's a gang, and it's like how they mesh together. And we've been very fortunate to have great musicians in our band, great guitar players, other drummers before I joined, 30 whatever years ago, but like wonderful musicians. And you have to have that connection with that person for it to, gel together and make something that's special. And with John Frusciante, who's come back in our group, this is now the third time, we have that thing with him. And I don't know what it is, but we have it.
Yeah,
and when we get together, we make this thing that's special. And as you get older, you don't take that for granted. When we were younger, kind of like, oh yeah, whatever, But as you learn and go through life and life experiences, you learn, don't take this for granted. So when he wanted to come back in our group again, he'd gone off and done other things, and he wanted to be in a band again. He's like, this is the only band I want to be in. I just want to play with you guys. And so we were like, I think this would be great to have this opportunity, another fresh, kind of take on what we're doing in 2020 or whenever it was when he joined, a year ago. And so we welcome that. And, again, the other guys in the band are amazing. We've made great music, have had wonderful times. I love Josh and Dave Navarro and all these guys that have been in our group. But, we do have a special thing with John. So we're gonna get on that and see what happens.
Nice.
Hey, Chad, not only am I the guy who claps and cheers in the background when we bring guests on, but I'm also the guy that makes. It's a great job. It's a great gig. Pays the mortgage. But I'm also the guy who makes things weird, and so I want to invite you over for a cigar this weekend because I'm a short town over from where you are. But if you want to come over for a cigar or a crab cake sandwich, I know where to get the good stuff.
Sounds really weird.
We know.
It was supposed to be.
I thought you were going to play. You can come over, some kind of sandwich, and we'll play hide the cigar.
Yeah. Now that's a party.
I heard about the Jersey Shore thing. Somewhat, I don't know, but you know what? I'm down for whatever. So you might have to come get me rescue me from the gallery.
All right.
Well,
join you for a cigar.
Speaking of the gallery, so people come out, they get to see the artwork and purchase as well, correct? And how is that working? I mean, you're going to be on premises.
I've got the times here.
Oh, you do? All right.
Saturday, 7 to 10 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah.
I think I'm only going to 1 on Sunday. I don't want to drive 9 hours back to Memorial Day Sunday. But yeah, I'll be there and come down and we'll hang out and talk about whatever and look at stuff. And I may add something to something if somebody really wants me to. Who
Okay.
knows? It kind of goes. So yeah, that'll be happening Saturday and Sunday.
Hey,
Exactly.
do you know, just offhand, and I don't know if this is inappropriate to ask an artist, but what your artwork goes for money-wise, or is it...
Billions!
Yeah.
Wow.
You asked. No, come on. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
The price points in front of there's little
Yes.
ones. There's a lot of different ones.
Okay.
So,
Oh, yeah.
but it's it's affordable.
Let's just
for
say
everyone.
art
Okay.
to suit every budget.
I love it. Nice.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
All right. Well, Chad will be, just to reiterate, at the...
Stillwater shirt.
Yeah, he's wearing
it
a
is.
Stillwater shirt. Yeah.
Wow.
I just picked this up. But in fact, there was they're reissuing the soundtrack from Almost Famous. If you didn't hear what Chad said, he was asking if I'm wearing a Stillwater shirt.
Right.
And they're
right.
reissuing the soundtrack in like a 5-disc set or something like that. And they're going to have 5 full-length songs from Stillwater. Whoever the group was, whoever was wearing. You said Mike McCready?
Yeah, Mike McCready, Nancy Wilson wrote a lot of the songs. I think Cameron Crowe contributed as well, too. But, full-fledged great musicians. But there was a band, and the story, I mean, we can talk about this at another time, but the story behind the band Stillwater, there was a fictional band created by Cameron Crowe for the movie, is really impressive.
Yeah. Kind of like, what's his name? Willie Nelson's son. The
Lucas.
Band. Yeah, Lucas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Like, that was the band for that movie, for the Stars Born movie.
With Bradley Cooper. Yeah, they
didn't know that.
They became buddies, and Bradley Cooper became a better musician because he worked with Lucas on that record. Yeah.
Hey, just a quick question, because we have you talk about Almost Famous. What movie do you think most captures, since you're an actual rock star, what movie do you think resonates and captures the spirit of being a rock star? The best.
Hands down, no doubt. The movie This Is Spinal Tap.
There we go.
Nice.
Come on.
Yeah.
The greatest films. I'm sorry. They nail it. Every scene. If you've been in a band at all, done any traveling at all, it's incredible. It holds up to this day.
It does.
Other movies, Almost Famous, all that stuff, but to me, Spinal Tap, hands down.
Are you saying you've gotten lost backstage trying to find your way to the stage before?
Of course. Everything in that movie, not one thing. It's the limo, the whole, everything. It's the record company party, everything. The girlfriend, the thing. It's spot on.
That's great. I love to hear that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Chad, thanks for your time, man. Stone Harbor.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we'll stop. Maybe me and Casey will stop by. We both have shore houses, so we'll come by and say hello.
Please do. That would be awesome.
All
Love
right.
to see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chad Smith. Red Hot Chili Peppers, guys. Oh, my God. He is the coolest guy. He is the coolest guy. And his son, Dashel, was pretty awesome, too, man.
His son kept popping up in the window behind him.
So it is this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. And once again, it is the Ocean Gallery. So if you want to check with them ahead of time, you can reach out and find out what the full, meeting times and all that stuff will be, which is cool. So.
I like that idea of visualizing drum playing and what they're doing with that. It's cool stuff.
This guest is one of the more colorful characters through the years of contestants on Jeopardy. So much so, not only a Tournament of Champions winner, but they loved his personality so much, brought him in to host. He's been hosting this week the Tournament of Champions.
He's been doing a great job.
2021. Buzzy Cohen is joining us. Good morning, Buzzy. Hey, good morning to you, sir. Hey, I got to ask you, man, how was it? I mean, you guys film these things in advance. Was it as surreal as you thought it might be, being up there, standing in Alex's place?
Totally. It was like dreaming in a dream, like it was so bizarre, but also so wonderful. It's always great to be back on that stage. I'm a fan first, so anytime I get to be a part of the show, I'm absolutely stoked. But even on the first tape day, we taped 5 shows in a day. So the first week of shows we did in one day.
Wow.
On the lunch break of the first week, I just went out and like walked out on set just to like drink it in and like, you know, have a moment by myself. Cause you never get that, you know, you're always like, when you're a contestant, you're always like in the green room, you're being shuttled off. And so I really tried to take advantage of that. And it was, you know, I was in Alex's green room. It was so wild.
I think, you know what, we didn't even do this last week. We missed a week. We did. Connoisseur. So I think we need to do that now. So we make sure that you're well fed.
It's time for the lost edition of the Connoisseur. Excuse me.
The lost edition. All right, we're going to start with something local. A place just opened a few days ago, and it is the largest outdoor restaurant in Philadelphia.
I saw that.
And it's called Liberty Point. And it's got a great view. It's right there on the Delaware River, Penn's Landing.
Are you a big al fresco guy?
Yeah.
I'd love to do
Eating
that.
outside.
It's so nice.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Especially in the dead of winter.
Yeah, it's the best when you do it. No, when you get a great day like yesterday and you can be outside eating a meal, it's wonderful. So it's at the Independent Seaport Museum.
Yeah, this is perfect,
right
actually.
there
Yeah.
at Penn's Landing. So it's over 25,000 square feet. So to give you an idea of what that size is like, by comparison, the city's second largest restaurant is the nearby Morgan's Pier on the Delaware. That has a capacity of 500. This has a capacity of 1,400.
Yeah.
That's how big this place is.
How do you staff that?
Good question. I think they're looking to, well, they have 150 employees, 5 bars, and 7 event spaces, ringing the museum's exterior on 3 main levels. So, yeah, pretty cool. It is designed to be a sit-down dining experience with live music for families and tourists, while Morgan's Pier typically draws a younger adult crowd seeking a backyard barbecue or beer garden, they say. Michael Klein is the one who wrote this article. Entertainment will include live music Friday and Saturday and DJs throughout the week. At the street level is a 75-seat indoor bar/dining room that will be open year-round.
You know what? There's still, again, with that whole area, there's still so much work to be done and so much potential still unrealized. I'm excited for them to progress because there was also that plan of having every half mile or so some sort of park-like situation.
There is a $2.2 billion plan for all of Penn's Landing that's in the works, Steve.
I love
12 new towers of homes, shops, and offices on either side of the park are being planned over the highway between Chestnut and Walnut.
They say they're actually hiring new people to play with themselves along the pier. So
Goodness, yes. So we have something to watch and talk about while we're eating our wonderful dinner at Liberty Point.
Yeah, I'm totally on board.
No, it's like, hey.
Oh my God, I'm on board with all of this stuff. I just you go to some other cities' waterfronts and they're just great, and you want to make this a place where not only just tourist destination, but
in case I mean, obviously it's going to cost money, but it will make a crap load of money.
And I was wondering about that in general, Steve. Like, okay, so it's a $2.2 billion investment.
Yeah, it's like $1 billion.
It's like $1 billion, but twice that.
That's one of the guys. Yeah, sitting out front. Casey, do you have that?
Yeah. I have that right here. Yeah. But
oh my Lord, he's touching his own penis. Go ahead.
How much of that $2.2 billion actually then, and not just in retail, like how much of that ends up getting reinvested back into the city? Now, hear me out. By like you have to pay taxes.
I don't know.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know.
so they're going to pay these these contractors or whatever. Those contractors then have to pay taxes. Their employees for working in the city have to pay their city wage. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I know that no one, whatever it's going to happen, someone's going to make a lot of money somewhere. But if the whole thing that's just been sitting there, how long have we been, for the years we've been doing this show, that we've always said, man,
I'm fairly certain that Philadelphia has more waterfront property than any other city in the Northeast, maybe any other city in the country, and it also has the most amount of undeveloped waterfront property. And if you consider, how much of the Schuylkill and then the Delaware is surrounds where the city is, even more than New York, with all of the rivers and the sound around New York City. So. But Casey, that's part of the reason why there's significant hotel tax. Part of that is supposed to be reinvested into tourism and investing in more people coming to the city in the first place.
We just went to Chicago for the Radio Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Talk about a city that takes advantage of its waterfront, man.
Yeah.
Or at least the river that goes through there. Once you get out to the lake, it's a little different. But, Yeah, you have all this. People want to be by water.
They do. I do.
It really is a beautiful thing for us as human beings to sit.
Let's
and
go there right now.
and look at.
But for a little while, the Delaware Avenue was a spot to go to. Like when I was in my early 20s, it was a cool spot to go to. It was you had nightclubs and
you would drive along and there was just stuff going on all over the place.
Yeah, and then it sort of got away from that.
People do want to be on the water. There are new apartments going up in Conshohocken. There's in Manayunk right on the Schuylkill River. And I was driving the other day. It was after we had like a heavy rainstorm. And it was like diarrhea brown. And I'm like, oh, wow. Luxury apartments on the water.
Nice.
You're right. When the rain kicks in, that water turns.
It was
Preston,
awful.
Dirt brown.
It's like they built this complex, a couple of apartment complexes in Manayunk that really face the towpath water.
Right.
So we're a couple of dead ducks and wrappers are floating.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, we're talking about food here, gang.
Oh,
It's the connoisseur. So Liberty Point is now open. You can check that out. A couple of things I want to mention as far as local events too. And this is MMR's big friggin' deal. The Skipback Spring Wine Fest is happening.
Oh, you live near Skipback.
It is my backyard, essentially. And it is the Wine Fest is May 21st. And we have the big friggin' deal. You can get 2 general admission tickets to the Skipback Spring Wine Fest for $25, and that's half off the regular price.
I went last year. I was there, and it was a lot of fun. It's great.
Excellent. And Skipback is a wonderful little town to walk through.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful village, if you will.
Do they have tours of your house when you were like
when
map
you
of the
drive by,
stars?
yeah.
We'll open it up for the wine fest.
Now that they had to cross Cosby off the list.
Yeah.
I'm no longer in prison.
Our most famous resident is not there any longer.
Well, so they have not there, but you talk about opening up your houses. My friends used to live in the Delaware Water Gap, and they always had a music festival there every year. It was like a bluegrass festival. I can't remember exactly which type of music it was, but essentially their houses were open. And
were they serving food and stuff?
No. But you'd be drinking and stuff like that, and strangers would walk in and you'd pour them a glass of wine or whatever. And to me, that was weird, but he loved it. He and she like it, Dan and Colleen, but it was just that day or that weekend
magical.
For them it was,
Get your Spring Wine Fest tickets now, the big friggin' deal, and that is through the 8th. So this weekend it'll wrap up. You can do that now. All right, here's another event that is taking place, and I just got the press release this morning. Ardmore Restaurant Week is back. And tastier than ever, it says.
I love Ardmore.
Then you'll love this, Steve, because foodies can find $20, $30, and $40 special 3-course menus at 14 participating restaurants, and that's between May 12th and the 22nd.
Is Sushi on there? Do you see that?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
yes,
all right.
yes.
I've heard good things. I haven't been yet. My son went. My son's new favorite food is sushi.
Lucky you.
Yeah, I'm excited that he's excited about it. We go to a place called Azi, which is not in Ardmore, but anyway, he's been raving about this Sushi place, and I got to check it out.
Yeah, Sushi is in there. Otana, Buena Vista Mexican, Char and Stave, Iron Hill Brewery, Jack McShay's, John Henry's Pub, Juice Jr., Local Wine and Kitchen. So you can get the full list at ardmorerestaurantweek.com. So I love events like this.
There's a place, there's a ramen restaurant in Ardmore. I think it is.
Where's that?
I think it's on Lancaster Avenue. I want to go to that place. If it's closed, I'm going to kill myself.
Wow.
No, it's very.
It finally pushed Steve to the brink. The ramen place was closed.
We got to the bottom of it. The ramen place closed down. He was just dancing on thin ice to begin with.
Oh my God. Today's been tough because we're talking about like M&Ms and cheesesteaks and tacos, and now this guy.
I've been sitting here eating. I've been gnawing on a hoagie all morning from Primo's from yesterday.
Gnawing on a hoagie.
Yep,
that's a good band.
Gnawing on a hoagie. Nah, that's an album.
Okay, record. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's an album.
The country musings of
totally.
Chet Hooverton. I'm just sitting here gnawing on a hoagie. Yeah.
I'm writing it down. Hank.
Gnawing on a hoagie.
Gnawing. It's N-A-W-N.
No, a hoagie.
Okay.
All right, let me see what else I got here for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Connoisseur.
Another show for the record book.
Oh, my God.
This is a show. We on?
Kellogg's recently unveiled new Frosted Flakes Obi-Wan Kenobi cereal.
All right. Does it just have Obi-Wan Kenobi and Star Wars art on it, or is there something extraordinary about the flakes?
So the cereal is said to pair the rich chocolatey flavors of Kellogg's Frosted Flakes chocolate
With the seminal fluid of Obi-Wan Kenobi?
No,
Lord.
I mean, really, it should be all about the blue milk and not the.
Yes.
You know?
With the sweet taste of original Kellogg's Frosted Flakes for a masterful combination of dark and light sides.
Huh.
So the dark side.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Light side of the force. Actually, you know what? They never do. They don't mention the light side ever, do they? They only mention the dark side.
Bunch of downers.
What is the other one like? The regular side, or the good side,
They
or
mentioned
the light side, the bright side?
They mentioned the two sides of the Schwartz. There's the good side and the bad side, right?
Did they mention that?
Yeah. Yogurt.
Oh
spells
yeah,
it
he
out.
got the other one.
Yeah.
that's right.
There's two sides to the Schwartz.
So it is set to hit shelves at retailers nationwide this spring. You remember when there were a lot of cereal tie-ins to movies
all the time?
I guess they don't. I don't hear of them that much because I don't really do a lot of shopping in the cereal.
I think what happens is if they do, yes, true, but there used to be commercials that would run constantly tying in the cereal to whatever movie release was taking place. I think what happened is a lot of those cereals tended to be high in sugar.
Yeah. They're still putting presents in cereal boxes, right?
No. But the prize hidden inside?
Yeah, they don't do that anymore?
Not that I know of. They stopped doing that a long time ago, right?
There are probably one or two out there that still occasionally do it. What are you looking for?
I'm just
a jerky maker.
No, but like whenever you got like Cracker Jack, for instance, the best thing to get were the temporary tattoos. If you didn't get temporary tattoos, it wasn't even worth it.
Yeah, I don't know. You would have to look that up. I can't say definitively one way or another if they still put
We have
prizes
an intern that
in
could look
cereal
it up now.
boxes. Yeah, Aaron, look it up. Let us know. All right, here's another thing from the connoisseur. This one is for Mother's Day, which is this weekend. KFC is partnering with ProFlowers for the introduction of the new Kentucky Fried Bouquet, pronounced bouquet.
Oh, okay.
The bouquet. Do-it-yourself floral arrangement to accompany KFC's Sides Lovers meal. The Kentucky Fried Bouquet can feature KFC extra crispy chicken tenders or chicken, which is skewered and tucked into a vase alongside a blooming arrangement of a dozen multicolored roses.
Is there a KFC around here?
Yeah, there's one right down the street.
I think it closed.
Oh, did it?
Yeah,
I think it did close, Preston. It was the one I would go to.
Yep.
And I think it's gone.
Then I would have to say no, that I know of.
Between this and the ramen place, I'm really... I'm fading fast.
To score one for Mother's Day, simply order a KFC Side Lovers meal online or on the KFC mobile app for Mother's Day weekend between May 1st and May 3rd. You missed your window.
So are you...
I'm late with this.
And it's sold out.
It's sold out.
Yeah.
So do you... is there a particular food that Rochelle asked for Mother's Day, or is there...
No. I mean, like if I were to... Usually our special meal is sushi.
Okay.
Like if we want to go out and we're spending money, we're gonna
have
eat,
fun.
We're gonna eat well tonight.
All right.
Or eat something we really like and have a good time. It's usually sushi. But I could make a bouquet out of sushi rolls.
Yeah.
You know, like
could.
Marissa made the pickle bouquet for me the one time, which is one of my favorite gifts of all time.
Kathy, what's your... What do you want for Mother's Day? What meal do you want?
Oh, God, I don't even know. I'm
She
not
doesn't
like
eat.
I'm not like a. Like Preston, how he like enjoys it. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, I enjoy eating, but like, there's nothing that I'm like, oh my God, guess what I had?
Mimosas. I mean, there's orange juice in there.
He said food.
I know.
Oh, alcohol.
Oh, yeah.
Booze, please.
We'll start
yeah.
in the morning with mimosas.
There's
We'll
vitamin
then-
C in there.
Yeah, we'll move on to the green juice that I'm calling it now, which is a margarita. We'll probably have like a high noon. Maybe we'll do a little glass of wine and then end it with a beer because you're already drunk and you're like, yeah, but I want one more. We'll go for beer.
So the high noon thing, that is something.
Yes, Kathy.
You know what I mean, right?
I totally know what you mean.
And then I'll wake up Monday morning and be like, I didn't need that beer.
Why did I do that?
Is the high noon is a new trend, right? Like newish.
I mean, yes, I guess newish, but it's just like any of the other seltzers, but they.
But it's vodka based.
Yes, it doesn't have
Kathy,
the malt in it.
my last move though is usually not recommended. It's not a beer, but I'm like I'm too full to drink a beer. Let's do a shot of whiskey.
Oh, okay.
I just need one more. One more something, and I don't want to fill myself up anymore.
Is that the nail that does it? Is it the shot to put you under?
That sometimes, yes.
Okay.
Embarrassingly so, yes.
Yeah.
Quite often.
I thought you were going to say shot of tequila, which is always my worst move.
No.
And I don't know, 50% of the time makes me vomit. But I know that, but my brain at that particular hour refuses to believe it.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's
something in there.
This is a good idea.
Just go ahead.
It's never a good idea. It's the worst idea, but I'm going to do it anyway.
I agree.
This time.
Yeah, this time.
Yeah.
It's going to work.
Yeah. You don't remember those other times. It's the Obi-Wan steps in and erases your memory.
These are the nuggets you're looking for.
Yeah. All right, so KFC is the Kentucky Fried Bouquet. If you were,
it is clever. They do clever marketing.
But you can make one of those yourself too. Just buy a bucket of chicken and use skewers and make a little arrangement for it and add some flowers into it. There you go. Okay, how about we stay with the fried chicken place? Popeyes has announced the release of its new Buffalo Ranch chicken sandwich.
Okay.
They confirmed the new sandwich is made with the same battered and breaded chicken as the first iteration of their chicken sandwich, as well as the same brioche bun and pickles. But it also includes the new Buffalo Ranch sauce that is said to combine the taste of herb, buttermilk ranch, and cayenne pepper, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, natural butter flavor, and parsley.
Buffalo sauce for buffalo chicken or buffalo pizza or buffalo chicken pizza. What is that sauce? What is the buffalo?
How do you make?
How do you
buffalo
put
sauce?
the buffalo in buffalo sauce?
Really good question. I've never made it from scratch.
Yeah,
I don't know, but Nick, if you wouldn't mind, just pull up a recipe and we'll let you know.
Because I love it. I love buffalo dip. I love buffalo chicken pizza. I get the tuna, the sun-kissed tuna in the packets that has the buffalo sauce.
There you go. So hot sauce, standard hot sauce is cayenne pepper, vinegar, and salt. So it's pretty watery.
Yeah.
Buffalo sauce, meanwhile, is that hot sauce that has been enhanced with butter and other ingredients. I don't know what the other ingredient. I guess it could change depending on the recipe, but the butter adds that thickness to it.
So okay, I get it. So I'm a wimp for hot stuff, but I never have really an issue with the buffalo sauce. I assume by nature it is more mild, right?
What buffalo sauce?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's been diluted a little.
Okay,
bit,
I think that's how I'm able to.
So there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the mildness comes from, I guess, how much pepper you put in it.
The mildness.
Well, like buffalo sauce is. I don't know how to the Scoville pepper that you put in.
I got you.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yes, depending on the hotness, the heat of the pepper of the sauce,
the heat of the meat, and the angle of the dangle.
Exactly. So it starts with whatever hot sauce you want. You want to use Frank's, you want to use Tabasco, whatever the standard hot sauce. You can get some that are really super fiery hot,
right?
And then essentially you add butter and it says garlic powder. And that's your basic, that's your buffalo sauce right there. So, essentially it's a diluted with butter hot sauce.
All right, that makes sense.
I'm curious to see and I will try this because I love Popeye's chicken sandwiches. And the spicy chicken sandwich is just the regular chicken sandwich with a spicy sauce on it. So this is just going to be a different flavor to what that is.
Guess so.
Steve, I have an important question for you.
Yes.
Because this is one I go back and forth on quite a bit. Do you prefer barbecue chicken pizza or buffalo chicken pizza? Okay. Every time?
I'm not a big barbecue chicken guy.
I would go with barbecue.
Yeah. But then there are moments in life where I waver and I become the buffalo chicken guy.
All right, let me ask you about barbecue.
It's what they call schizophrenia.
Do you like more spicy or sweet barbecue sauce?
Sweet.
Me too.
Yeah. And that goes for almost all barbecue recipes, I think. Like occasionally a little bit spicy can be fun, but I like a sweet barbecue.
Chicken doesn't belong on pizza.
Chicken does not belong on pizza.
Unless it's buffalo chicken.
Does it taste bad? Does it taste unappealing to you?
I also don't like. I don't often like chicken with pasta either.
Huh.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
You don't like chicken with pasta?
So like a chicken parm, but that's like breaded chicken and all that. But like a chicken dish that comes with with pasta, like it's over the pasta or mixed in with the pasta. No.
What about chicken and pesto pasta?
Oh man,
that's like
I'm not
like everything.
No.
That's pulling me out of my ramen depression.
But you would prefer a beef dish with pasta if you were going to have meat in your pasta.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Kathy, when I was a waiter, they, I don't know if when you worked at a restaurant, if they made
I worked in the coat room, remember?
Okay, but still,
Was there a lot of pesto in there?
before the dinner rush started,
May I dip your jacket in pesto?
Please remove your pesto from the pockets when you drop this off. I'm sorry, Casey.
No, that's all right. I know what the show is. The chef would make a giant meal for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
And I was always so excited when our chef would make a penny alla vodka with chicken in it. That was like, I was like, oh, yes, I'm going to eat good tonight.
It's excellent.
Yeah.
It's excellent.
Yeah.
Though I do say of them all, the pesto is my favorite.
Okay, well let's move from Popeyes over to the Shake Shack, if you will.
Okay.
Oh, pesto flavored shakes.
No, they've announced their new bourbon bacon cheddar burger.
Burger.
That seems to be right in your alley, Preston.
It does. The new burger features a white cheddar cheeseburger topped with bourbon bacon jam.
All right, give me everything but just the bourbon.
Made with Maker's Mark bourbon.
Oh, wow.
Also crispy shallots and shake sauce
Is
on toasted potato bun.
Is that your bourbon of choice?
The Maker's 46 is one of the ones that I prefer. Yes, absolutely. So the chicken sandwich features a crispy chicken breast topped with white cheddar cheese and the bourbon jam over pickles on a toasted potato bun.
We're looking at a picture of it. It looks quite good.
It does look delightful. They do burgers well at Shake Shack. I do like those. All right, that was just a quickie, but here's another one. Let's have some dessert.
Jesus Christ, I'm so hungry.
I know. Dairy Queen has announced its summer blizzard treat menu.
Okay.
The limited edition menu includes 6 blizzards, 2 new and 4 returning. The new ones are the Oreo Dirt Pie Blizzard treat.
Yeah, I think we had a commercial talking about it a little bit ago because I'm hungry too, Steve. I
love the dirt concept. You guys, you know who has a really good? It's like a dirt pudding. Primos has that.
All right, well, hang on.
Right.
They've messed this up, Steve.
What did they do? What did they do?
DQ vanilla soft serve blended with Oreo cookie pieces, fudge crumble, and gummy worms.
Get the goddamn gummy worms out of there.
Can we figure out a different way to make like a worm that actually makes sense in chocolate?
Make it a dark chocolate worm. I would fine. I
Right?
don't care. But do this gummy application. What do you
Gummy
need
and
that
chocolate
for?
don't mix.
Who needs to eat that much gelatin?
Yeah. And yeah, I
don't
think,
like it.
I think the reason they added it in there is because the whole dirt thing, worms, dirt.
Well,
I know.
I got worms.
Yeah.
oh, do people more concerned with the accuracy of their dirt or that it tastes good?
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm sorry.
and
There's no matchbook covers and garbage.
Then there is the caramel fudge cheesecake blizzard treat.
Okay.
That sounds good.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
DQ vanilla soft serve blended with cheesecake pieces and fudge covered salty caramel pieces. I like that. The 4 returning varieties are Girl Scout Thin Mints, cotton candy, drumstick with peanuts. Yay!
See, cotton candy. When you get like it's like the gummy stuff. When you get, I don't like the
want that.
overly sweet stuff jammed into my ice cream.
It's already sweet enough.
Yeah, knock it off.
And then you have the.
How do we make this worse for you?
The very cherry chip. That sounds good too. They are
I put
available
radiator fluid in it too.
at participating Dairy Queen locations for a limited time. So that's their new summer blizzard.
You a Blizzard fan?
Menu. I am. Yeah, I like them, and I'll try their specialty ones out from time to time. Yeah, we go every
day.
Yeah, to Dairy Queen.
I got a
Still?
blizzard.
Yeah.
I know. I got to come over so you can buy me blizzards every single night. I will do that. I will drive. I will spend all that gas money. So I can buy
You're like in that Bugs Bunny. What about me, boss? When he's handing out the money? What about me? What about me, boss?
I went to Dairy Queen, I think, 3 times this week. And the last time I went, I got
Research?
Just research.
Yeah.
The problem is I get the same thing every single time. My daughter asked me why, and I'm like, because I know I like it. You know, like, and I know I'm gonna like something else that I get, but I get a Reese's peanut butter cup blizzard, extra Reese's. And Press, you always get the vanilla cone.
Yeah.
Do you ever stray from that? Or?
Oh yeah. I'll get shakes and yeah. Steve was asking if I like the blizzards, but
Yeah.
when I'm kind of watching what I'm eating, and I do want to give myself one treat, I keep it simple, I keep it small,
Right.
and
Keep it real.
Yeah.
Keep it real.
But I always ask Steve for extra Reese's, and so a lot of times when you get to the bottom of the blizzard, you have less down there. But this time, for some reason, there was less up top and more down, but it was more concentrated at the bottom.
It's tough to circulate those additional items through the blizzard.
But
Now you could do it in a milkshake, but to get it to permeate the depth of your blizzard is going to be more difficult.
But I was saying to my daughter as I'm eating, I'm like, I asked for extra and there's not extra in here. I said, there better be more at the bottom. And there was. And I was so happy, Steve.
Did you compliment the man? May I talk to you? May I see your chef?
I try.
Yes, was everything to your liking, sir?
I finished it by the time
My blizzard was extraordinary.
I finished by the time I got home, and I was so pleased that I turned around and I drove back just to tell him how much I was pleased with it.
That's awesome. Listen, I don't use my mouth like this often, but
oh my God!
Meet me by the dumpsters.
I found this to be very interesting. Tropicana. They had announced this from like a week or so ago. Like I said, we didn't get to the connoisseur last week. That they were launching a new breakfast cereal called Tropicana Crunch in honor of National Orange Juice Day, which was day before yesterday.
What's the flavor?
The product itself is a honey almond granola style cereal, and per the company's tweet, each box comes with a paper straw to polish off every last bit, but it won't be milk you're sipping into. No, Tropicana says the cereal is meant to be eaten in a big bowl of orange juice.
They can go straight to hell.
Have you ever known anyone who has cereal with orange juice? Because I do.
Really? A college buddy, that's how he preferred it, and I never got it. It was always gross to me.
Was it because he was staying away from milk, lactose,
You
and
know
stuff
what?
like that? Because that's the person that I knew was very health conscious, and they wanted to stay away from essentially mucus products.
That's exactly what it was, and but I still think he's wrong.
Okay,
I will tell you
would
this.
never do it.
To me, that you get a horrible taste in your mouth if you go from a cereal to orange juice.
Yeah.
But what if you had because you guys like creamsicles, right?
Yeah,
I do not.
That combines both. I love them.
What if you had a vanilla-based sort of cereal that you use? I could see that. I couldn't do like
I don't like the creamsicle taste case. I don't like the orange Julius. I don't like any of
Really?
that.
How about the Rita's gelati or blendinis? No. Okay. See, I love those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So it might work. You know, it might work.
What if you put in champagne and made it mimosa cereal?
That actually could be better,
right?
So it says here, even though a surprising 20% of Americans might already eat their cereal with a splash of orange juice instead of milk, according to Kellogg's survey from 2015, many social media commenters were a bit skeptical of Tropicana's new citrusy breakfast.
Yeah, put me in that list. Why do they always include a joyous picture of the thing that you're eating, seemingly delighted that you're eating? There's a picture of an orange on the box, smiling. It's like, you murdered my family.
Yeah. Well, the ultimate campaign that picked up on that and ran with it was Chick-fil-A when they put the cows up.
Yeah,
it's great.
They certainly acknowledge that.
Yeah.
M&M's is sort of going the opposite way, where they don't want to be eaten. But this orange is saying, "Suck me beautiful."
Suck me beautiful.
All right, one more thing, probably, since we have an interview coming up in the next segment, too.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go with this one. And I'm not sure what to think about this. Heinz is trying to affect how you enjoy a burger with its new Heinz Dip and Crunch.
Heinz Dip and Crunch.
Yeah.
Isn't that the dance from Legally Blonde?
No, that was what was that called?
Bend and Snap.
Bend and Snap. Each package of the item contains a mayo-based sauce in one of two flavors and crisp potato crunchers. And the idea is you dip your burger into the sauce, either secret sauce or spicy flavored, and then into the crunchers.
Okay.
And then you eat your burger.
Yeah, I'm down with
in.
it.
I'll try this.
You're in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
or
like
at least
it's-
trying it.
No, I'll try, and if it sucks, I won't go back. But Bobby's Burger Palace, they have a crunch burger, essentially where they put potato chips inside the burger.
Okay.
And they do have and the special sauce is a growing trend with the cheeseburgers. And I'm down with that as well. So yeah, Nick, I'm with you, man. I'll try it.
I like crunch on my sushi. I like crunch on, I like an onion crunch on the burger. So yeah, this looks pretty good to me.
The special sauce on cheeseburgers is a growing trend.
Yeah, you'll see it. It's like this. I don't even know. Like it's like a
thing.
the
cheese and the buns.
Yeah, it's a light orange sort of sauce.
Where are you seeing this? I think that there's always been secret sauces.
Yeah, but this particular sauce, like the Burger Buff guy has his secret sauce. Freddy's has their secret sauce.
Is it like a Thousand Island?
No, that's the Big Mac sauce.
Yeah.
Well, and maybe that was the
But
one who
that's their
started it.
secret sauce. That's what it's called. Yeah.
I mean, and that's what this is. I'm seeing it more and
Are
more.
you saying
these
they're the
days.
same thing?
very similar in taste.
Generally, it's usually now called an aioli.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's usually what it is, this mayo-based sauce, whether they add some type of a tomato flavor to it or a mustardy flavor or something like that, or garlic or whatever. And if you want to call it a secret sauce, you can call it a secret sauce. If you want to call it an aioli, you can call it. If you want to call it mayo, you can call it mayo.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
That's right, sir. All right. We're wrapping up. We're closing up the restaurant. We're
Finish
shutting
strong
down.
with aioli.
Yep. And as we do that, a reminder that we still have a clip we're going to play at some point.
Oh, yeah.
From a Keenan's moment. And it could end up with you getting a cut the line pass and also your own table to have for the morning. So we'll play that in a bit, and you got to be the 27th caller when you hear that. Real quick, I got John who's been on hold for a little while here. Let me go to him. Hey, John, good morning. You're on the air.
Hey, Preston, Steve, how you doing?
Great.
Doing
What's
well,
up, John?
Hey, just want to let you know, I'm a 10-year veteran in Iraq, and Army veteran, did 2 tours to Iraq, 1 tour to Afghanistan. I live in Kansas City. I'm heading back there because my grandfather passed away and stuff. But I listened to you guys in Iraq, Afghanistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kuwait, Germany, when I was stationed there for 3 years. I'm going to put it this way. There's not even a close second place morning radio show, guys, compared to you guys.
Thank you so much, man.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, and me and my wife, Alicia, we love you guys, especially Steve, especially when you're doing the whole bear thing. My oldest son, he loves it.
Thank you, man.
I just want to say, keep it up. I'll be listening to you guys out there in Kansas City, listening to barbecue, missing my Wawa all the time. And,
Oh, man.
Preston and Steve. So,
Well, that's awesome, John. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry about why you're traveling, but we do appreciate you taking us along, man.
yeah, love you guys, brother.
I love you, buddy. All right,
That's,
thanks.
so,
That
that's,
was
that's
awesome.
tremendous,
Isn't that
man.
nice to hear.
Guy goes always,
fighting
for us, and he's thanking us for doing,
love it.
Aioli conversations.
We have to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay close. We got more guests. We got more giveaways coming up.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Test 1, 2. A great job. I love to see people who excel, and Ken has done it. You guys are GOAT status, and Ken the GOAT at this point, but still, you guys have, I think, a singular credibility when it comes to being up there and doing this. And the show is just so you can tell you are a fan. And if you were nervous, that didn't come through. What I do love is the knowledge, and you always sense this with Alex, that there is a wealth of knowledge behind the clue giver who can sort of accentuate a little bit of information that's being, imparted throughout the show. As you're doing it, did you have that moment, though, in that where you're so overwhelmed where you're like, oh, yeah, I'm actually running this thing? Like, did you lapse into contestant mode for a nanosecond or observer mode?
Well, I spent about 4 weeks getting prepared for this, and I had to I watched a lot of Alex, and I had to totally change the way that I was watching the show to switch. So by the time we got there to the actual tape day, I had my mentality had totally shifted. But one thing that I think it really helped me with is that being a contestant, I kind of understand the way you listen to the clues and hear the clues.
Yes.
And so it helped me kind of understand where to kind of put a little more emphasis because, like Alex, I want the contestants to get the questions. I'm not here trying to trick them.
Well, there's a perfect example of that. And you make a good point. Last night, there was a clue where this spotted dance, and it was polka. And I would not have known it other than the clue of spotted. I thought, polka dots. Yeah. And so, but that's the genius of the show. And then you asked it.
Totally.
I think you laid it in there. I got it. They didn't get it, but I got it. And that's what Alex did so brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that he was my North Star, and what he always did was he was on the side of the contestants and the show, the integrity of the show. And so that's whenever I had a question about how to approach something, it was how do I keep the integrity of the show as strong as possible, and also make this enjoyable for the contestants. My Tournament of Champions was so fun, and I just wanted to make sure that they were having a good time. For me, that was making sure that the taping and everything went as smoothly as possible. And so I really wanted to I really just wanted to do a great job, not just for myself, but also for them and also for the fans. I wanted them to have a great Tournament of Champions. This is like a highlight of the year.
Buzzy, was there anything that you discovered that you didn't realize it was one of Alex's responsibilities as host? Maybe that's kind of not even really even seen. It's just you have to be in that place to go, oh, yeah, he does this as well.
Well, the thing that you realize when you start, because when you're getting ready as a contestant, you're sort of ignoring his reads in a way. You're reading the clues faster than him to try to figure out if you know it, and then just listening for him to finish. What I realized is every single clue that he is reading, he approaches like its own thing. He doesn't have like a Alex clue read. Every single clue is its own story.
I don't know where that's coming
It's not a marathon. It's 61 sprints. Each clue, like, he gave its own life. And that, to be able to do that and not just kind of like zone out and get into like, okay, here's my clue read rhythm, is incredible. And I think the other thing he did so well was he could pepper in little bits of color, like just for fun, like teasing that, oh, you're out of the hole, blah, blah, blah. Doing that when you're in the moment and trying to track what clues happening, all that is not easy. And, you know, I think what was amazing is how effortless he made the entire thing.
Preston and I, and we've all discussed those little things like when like encouraging somebody. That's right.
Totally.
Those little things which seem like, oh, what? He's just simply conversing. That everyone can do that. No. To sort of finesse it in there and keep momentum. Because think about it. Without that, you'd have these glacial pauses that that would really resonate. But that forward momentum, and you're doing it well. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
And so yeah, I mean, but that's why the show is the creme de la creme of game shows.
I agree. And the other, like, little things like that I had to learn at the beginning, which was like saying yes, correct, right, good, not always just saying yes, yes. Which, by the way, when the first time I did it, I just, like, when I did a practice game on my own, it was yes, because we don't think about changing it up, but as a viewer, it gets so boring when you hear. So little things like that he just, because he'd been doing it for almost 40 years, it was just so second nature.
As a radio show host, that's one of the things that I do. So I'm glad other people are finally picking up on that. So
Buzzy, this is Nick. I'm a huge fan, and thanks for responding to me over Instagram and agreeing to come over the show. It was really cool, and I've been watching, like Steve and everybody here, every bit of the tournament this over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to ask you about polarizing contestants, because Ryan was on last night, and there was a lot of response to him that was negative. And he made it to the Tournament of Champions. He's a really good contestant. He's really smart. But he was kind of off-putting, and so I saw on social media, and I contributed to it. That there was some pushback against the guy. But you, as a host, obviously you have to remain neutral. Is it hard for you to incorporate that into your job while you're actively hosting it?
I mean, Ryan was. If you hadn't seen it last, he basically was a bad sport. He was kind of.
I'm gonna
he read as a bad sport. Yeah.
I'm going to come to Ryan's defense here. I've been through this, and I know people who have, like, everyone has a different approach to this, and I think Ryan, he was a great competitor. First of all, he's a great player.
Yeah.
If you look at, if you take out those daily doubles, he outplayed Veronica last night, right? If just straight clue play. And I think that it's hard to be on. How many of us have to be on camera for like a devastating moment like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not, like, I think, if to compare Jeopardy contestants to professional athletes is not quite fair, because if you're a professional athlete, you've been through like the high school and college, and you've been through this, like, this is the second time he's lost a game of Jeopardy ever. Okay. He played his heart out, and it just wasn't enough. It's hard to have 4 cameras on you in that moment. And he and the other contestants have a great camaraderie. I don't think it had anything to do with Veronica. I think it's hard to be processing that on camera. I think that different people have different, like, I had a very, like, happy-go-lucky, win-lose, whatever attitude. Not everybody's like that, and I don't think we need to expect that from.
I'm sorry. The dude made it to the Tournament of Champions semifinals, and I'm sitting there on my couch, and so it's I have no place to judge. I'm a viewer. I'm not a contestant, so I don't want to be harsh on the guy, but it's just got to be. You see people rooting for or against particular contestants, and it makes it difficult for somebody like that, I'm sure, to have to go through.
Yeah, and for me, I was like, to be honest, when I saw I think the feeling in the studio was I think a little different than what it came across at home when he missed that daily double and then was like trying so hard to come back. I think everybody suddenly was like, oh man, you got to feel for this guy.
Well,
like,
and that to me read. That even at that point, that read his passion. I got it. I'm like, damn it, I'm off my game. Or like, I just happened to a couple of days ago we were at a golf charity and I'm seeing people respond who are hitting bad shots. Like you see that same frustration. I got that. Yeah. At the end, you would like to think though. And again, you're right. It's a unique circumstance. Everything's on the line, and I get it because I think he's normally a likable guy. It just seemed like there was. It was her moment. You lost, and he's. I think that's what a lot of people read and saw. It's like, wow, man, you not even an acknowledgement or something, and that's what it is.
And also you have to remember there's editing, like those after.
True.
That after game chat is much longer than what you get on TV. So I think everyone's got to give game show contestants a lot more. I mean, people thought I was an arrogant asshole when I was on the show. Am I allowed to say that?
No. We'll let it go.
You can say ass. Arrogant ass.
Yeah,
but but you were.
But I was just having fun. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think that it's very easy for us to like project a lot of stuff. The other thing to remember too is like this is very different. The experience of taping because of COVID, the studio is very empty. It's just like other players and a couple of producers in the audience. So I think you're less self-conscious, right, about how you are presenting yourself when you're up there.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask from a contestant's perspective, and one who especially gets on a roll like you and wins multiple nights, because you don't know what the categories are going to be. How do you bone up? How do you prepare for that? Do you dive into? Do you research the things that you're weakest at, or do you take the history of categories and what likely might be on there? Like, I don't know any. Shakespeare is my Achilles heel. It's terrible. So if I were to head into the show, would it be a good idea to bone up on my Shakespeare?
Yes, it would. Shakespeare, rivers, capitals, classical music. But the thing to remember is I actually wrote an audiobook called Get Ready, available on Audible. Sorry for the plug.
No, absolutely.
That is about kind of how I got ready for the show. And what you realize is that Jeopardy has certain subjects it likes to cover, and it is a piece of mass market entertainment. So they're not going to pick something completely obscure, right? So there's sort of a depth of information that they're going to go for. And so for me on that stuff, I really looked at not just what the show has asked before, but the types of things that they've asked before. So for instance, like, if there's Pulitzer Prize winners, you don't have to know every book ever published, but there's notable books to know.
Yes,
right?
No, that's absolutely true.
With Shakespeare, you don't need to know every single plot point, but it would be good to be able to connect either a place or the main characters to the show, because every Shakespeare clue is going to have a character's name in it. So if you know that Cordelia is King Lear, that's all you need to know. You know what I mean? You don't need to know you don't need to read King Lear. And so there's all these different pieces of information. In the Jeopardy world, they call them Pavlovs, right? So like if the year is 1927, we're talking about Lindbergh or the Yankees. It's like
no, but that's a skill set. To know a little about a lot. Is what, and it sort of works in radio as well. Like I say, I can go about a minute and a half into any conversation and then tap out. But you guys are on another level. Preston, tell what you guys do.
Yes, is online ready to chat, and if you watch Ozark, you certainly know from that. And we were just talking about Iron Fist off air.
Yes, it was great.
Now you need to get to know him in Outer Range, which is on Amazon Prime. The whole first season is there for the taking. Please welcome Mr. Tom Pelfrey this morning. Hey, Tom, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me. I got to say, it really does the heart good. I got to catch the tail end there of the New Jersey traffic report.
What part of Jersey are you from, Tom?
from a town called Howell in New Jersey.
What county is that one in?
Monmouth County. So
Okay. All right.
kind of right in the center of the state, right by the Jersey Shore.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that you were from Jersey. And Tom, I wanted to let you know that I tweeted at you at the end of Ozark season number 3. And I tweeted at you because I thought your performance was just amazing. And I don't normally do anything like that. I don't tweet at celebrities or whatever, but I was just so taken back by how amazing your performance was at that season. And I had said to you, I said, if you were not nominated for an Emmy, Golden Globe, or whatever, it's a complete and total travesty. And you weren't. And I just wanted to, I don't know if you ended up seeing that tweet. You probably didn't. But I wanted to tell you, personally, that, your performance was amazing. And you not even being nominated was absolute crap. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I have to say, given just all of it, the things that I did end up getting out of Ozark, as if I needed anything more, have far outweighed any benefit I would have had from an award. I appreciate you saying that, but it's really opened a lot of doors for me, and so. That was disappointing for a minute there. I made the mistake of believing everyone telling me that it would happen.
Don't listen to them.
Which you should always avoid at all costs. But the thing that I love the most, it really is being on the job and being at work and doing the work. And
that's it.
I've never felt as fulfilled and challenged and rewarded as I did when I was filming Ozark. And the sort of the benefits of that have just continued to pay off, and so I'm so grateful that job gave me so much.
Well, there's so many. I mean, listen, everyone tells the story of how many legendary actors and actresses didn't get awards, and Citizen Kane, all the history, Orson Welles overlooked it.
Yeah.
But again, really, you're saying a lot of what we've said over the years is having the job, being able to do what you love. You've already won.
Yes. I mean, and that's the thing. That's you sort of learn over the years when you're younger. For me anyway, there was a lot of struggle and a lot of disappointment and a lot of heartbreak and being told no, and you get to a crossroads where you have to sort of make a decision if you want to keep doing it and maintain your sanity. That you sort of say okay, I need to focus on what I can control. And what I can control, and actually the only part of this I really love is the work, is the job. I can control how I show up. I can control how I prepare. I can control those things. And the more you put the focus there, or for me anyway, the better everything has gotten.
Well,
because there is so much that's out of your control, whether good or bad.
It's true. And besides Ozark, of course, Preston mentioned Outer Range, which I knew I wanted to watch because I love Josh Brolin. I love all of the stuff that I was hearing about it. But it was only on further inspection, and Casey has started watching it before I did. It's got cool aspects to it that might make it sort of problematic to explain exactly what it is to other people. So I'll let you have at it. Tell people what Outer Range is about.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I'll tell you like this, that before we started filming, I got to read all 8 scripts, and I was blown away. And simultaneously, I thought, how the hell are we going to film this? How the hell are we going to make this work? Because the show seemed like everything. It was mysterious and magical and dangerous. It had action. I was moved by it. I was laughing out loud at so many of the characters, and I'm like, this is everything I would want, but how the hell does it fit together? How do you actually film it? And I said to Brian Watkins, the showrunner, the creator, I said, Bri, this is home run or strikeout.
Yeah.
We don't get to get a base hit with this, because if we get a base hit, we've failed. The show's too weird. It either has to be really well done, and then enough time passes after you film it, and I felt really good filming it. And enough time passes, you can kind of watch it as an audience member, as just someone who maybe as much as you can objectively just kind of taking the show. And man, I'm so proud of it. And I'm just a tiny part of that. So I'm sort of bragging for everyone else, but like everyone really did a great job, and the show is excellent.
Well, you know what's cool about it, Tom, is that so I saw one thumbnail description that I think kind of gets it a little bit. It was described as a mystery sci-fi part neo-Western family drama. So
there it is.
There you go. But it has, and there's something about that the family aspect. Your character is very troubled. Explain who your character is and what he is facing. Things aren't good right from the get-go for him.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So I play Perry Abbott, and the show centers around the Abbott family, and and the show's set in modern day, and we're a ranch family. We run a family ranch out in Wyoming, and Josh Brolin plays my dad. Royal Lily Taylor plays my mom, and Louis Pullman plays my brother. And when we start the show, Perry, my character, has a young daughter, and his wife is missing, and she has been missing for 9 months. And so we sort of enter this world where this man, this character I play, Perry, is kind of heartbroken. No one knows what happened to her. No one knows if she's alive or not. No one knows anything about her disappearance. And sort of the audience is left wondering how much Perry does or doesn't know. And so, we come into this world with this man kind of already a bit broken. Very quickly, things escalate. We find out that the FBI is going to stop the search for his wife, and then he goes out with his brother and gets pretty drunk at a bar and is confronted by someone about his wife at the exact wrong moment, and all hell breaks loose.
Yeah. And so, but there's weirdness, and there's if you're a fan of anything having to do with these wide open spaces and things from everything, and UFOs and cat mutilation and time warps, and I see a whole panacea of potential here. For I don't know where it's going, but I love that. And so is that you've seen all 8 scripts? Do you feel we get clued in enough because you go on these journeys and you hope you're going to get what you want to find out?
Yes.
Right.
You absolutely will. And I'll say this, because Brian, who created the show, is an old buddy of mine. He's a New York playwright. I've known him for years, and he understands that if you guys will hang in there with him, he's not gonna send you home disappointed, but he is gonna wait.
Okay. All right. I don't mind that.
All right.
Just get us there. That's
Absolutely.
awesome.
All right, well, season 1 is out of range on Amazon Prime. We know you got to run, but Tom, you going to get to the short all this summer, you think?
Oh, man, of course.
Excellent.
I always do. All my family still lives in Jersey. I'm still friends with all the guys that I grew up with. Some of them I've known since I was 3, and so I'm always at home seeing them and staying connected to that place.
You have to come in. You have to come in if you're in the area.
Swing through Philly if you can. We'd love to have you in sometime.
Hell yeah. Love Philly.
Excellent, man.
Too long.
Excellent. All right, Tom, take care, bud. Good luck with everything. Tom Pelfrey, guys. Take care, bud. Out of Range on Amazon Prime. Seems like a nice dude, man.
Yeah,
I like
and
that.
Casey's right. He is a. I haven't watched Ozark, but Iron Fist, and on this, he's one of those guys where your eyes are sort of drawn to him on screen. Correct?
It's funny how you consume content these days too, because I watched an episode of the second half of what we have to do. I know we have to do the thing, Preston. I'm sorry, but I watched the second half, an episode from the second half of Ozark last night, and he showed up in it, and I was surprised that he showed up in it because of what happened to him in season 3. But I was like, oh my God, we're talking to that guy tomorrow. He's a great actor and a really nice dude.
All right, Case. Not Wildwood Days.
Okay, we're going to do the other one?
We need to do the other one. We've got a stack of sounds to play, and this is the one I want to do now.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
It's contest. That's the word CONTEST. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways to do that. Special contest short code, which is 45911, or to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $500 in this company-wide contest, and all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the MMR Barbecue. Winners get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer her phone.
What are you laughing at?
I'll tell you in a minute. Contest rules available at WMMR.com and sponsored by AAA Distributor. Again, the word is contest. Good luck to you. So as I spell these words out, I sometimes take a quick look at a word and analyze it like I never have before. CONTEST. So that's 2 words, con and test.
Yeah.
So is a contest a test to see if something is legitimate or not? A contest? I don't know, but I don't know why I was thinking of that.
Okay.
I'd never really broken down the word contest before.
Or you can go contest.
Contest is to, yes.
Or co-intest.
Or Siontest. You could do that too.
I think you can find the
contest.
Watch it.
I know. Flirting.
Flirting on the edge, barn door. C word.
Bill was not happy about discharge the other day, by the way.
No.
Oh, he wasn't? I mean, we were doing it pretty well, though.
Yeah. It was the repetition. He hates the repetition.
But listen, honestly, stop and think about it for Christ's sake.
Oh, I know.
The word discharge?
You're preaching to the choir.
I know. He wasn't all freaked out.
No. He's cool. In fact,
all right.
we'll do it 9 times more now.
Nick found the etymology of the word. It's French contester.
Which means
to call to witness.
To call to witness.
Yes.
Hey, I don't want to jump off on a tangent here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you watch Jeopardy last night?
I did not.
So Matea, the champion, has been going. She's great. She's awesome. She's gonna have a long run. I thought last night. Nick, did you watch?
I did not.
I thought it was over, and she pulled out a thing last minute at the ending, which was
Final Jeopardy.
I thought I said to her and said she's out. She's gone. It's over.
Okay.
At your Final Jeopardy, it all turned around, and that's why that show is so.
Nothing
awesome.
is over.
No, she did.
Yeah.
She got it. Hey, listen, quickly. I'm sorry, Casey. Thank you for pointing this out. But we did have a contest going earlier because we played a clip.
We did.
We played a clip from Keenan's Irish Pub, and we were looking for caller number 27. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Marty. Hey, Marty. There he is. Hey. How you doing, Marty?
I'm doing great now that I just won that.
Yeah, dude, you got the hookup. You were going to be. Now, by the way, have you ever been to our party at Keenan's in North Wildwood?
I have not, but I was actually talking to a coworker today and telling him about how I went to one of your painfully single mixes at the Note back in 2000.
Oh, my God.
In Westchester.
That was Bam's old place.
Yeah.
Mixer there?
I forgot we did a mixer there.
We did.
Yeah,
Wow.
there's some unflattering photos of me on there, too.
I'm sure. Well, we're going to have some new ones to add when you were there at Keenan's Irish Pub on the 27th. But you get the hookup. A first-time ever attendee, you're going to get, number one, cut the line, so you don't have to wait in line. And then we're going to give you your own table for you and 3 people, so you guys will have a home base. It'll be yours. We'll give you a bucket of Coors Light and a case of Coors Light to go when you're done there for the day. All right, my man?
That's great. Thank you guys so much.
You bet. Congratulations. And hang on the line. We'll make sure we get your information. So let me play the short clip again. This was the sounder that we played earlier.
3, 2, 1. Watch the tram car, please.
And then this is how the whole thing, or at least a more extended bite of that went. Here we go.
3, 2, 1. Watch the tram car, please. Here he goes.
You guys are doing it.
He got the first Coors Light.
First Coors Light.
6 all together. Watch out for the ceiling fans.
Yes.
Move them that way. You're going the wrong way.
All right, but they can do it. They're short, squat, and strong, Preston.
It's like a wave. He's doing good.
He's doing great. He's coming around. He's coming around. He's coming around to the final can here.
Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring him back this way. Oh, my God.
Oh, come on.
Work is a credit. He almost fell.
And I love, watch the ceiling fan.
We had to. They were literally could have decapitated them.
That's how high up they're holding this person. And we had this essentially a makeshift tram car. It's a like a Rubbermaid tub that we put yellow and blue tape on to simulate as if it were one of the tram cars on the boardwalk.
Because only the best for us.
And we're having them essentially crowd surfing is what we do. And the crowd hands these people around, and they have a certain area that they have to traverse within the club, and there are ceiling fans spinning, and they almost get hit by them.
Hilarious.
Oh my
It's
God.
okay. She has a helmet on.
Yes.
That's what we tell
love-
ourselves.
I love doing that event. It is so much fun. And that particular contest is a blast, too. All right, so Coors Light, our sponsor. Details about it all, WMMR.com. We need to do the Bizarre Fire.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
I felt like Cosby for a second. They said, we need to do the Bizarre Fire.
Prizes and everyone wins.
All right, it's brought to you by Coors Light, and the Preston and Steve Show is headed to Keenan's in North Wildwood. Friday, May 27th, as I said, to officially open the Jersey Shore. Be there starting at 6 a.m. It's brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill. All right, so, wow, this is a crazy story of survival. A Wisconsin man is sharing his recovery story after he miraculously survived being shot 15 times in Minneapolis last year.
How do you survive getting shot 15 times?
Gabe Tauscher continues to defy odds. The now 30-year-old spent 85 days in the hospital, and to this day, 3 of the 15 bullets remain in his body.
Oh, wow.
He said the more I talk about it, the easier it is to deal with and to work through, but it isn't easy to put into words the suffering that his body went through. He said every nerve that had been cut was screaming. He said the last few shots I got actually felt more like burns than anything. Again, that's what some people don't realize is sometimes people get a shot and you'll hear, that it wasn't fatal or they weren't even critical. That doesn't mean that they weren't in extreme pain because of the nerve damage that can happen.
What it tears up as it enters you.
Yep. The shooting happens at a group of apartments. He said he had 3 bullets to the left hip. 1 got me in the back of the left foot, 1 in each butt cheek, and I've got 4-ish in my left arm, he said.
So no torso strikes?
No, I guess
It's
not.
miraculous.
Tauscher was surprised he's even alive. He said, I know there's a lot of luck, a little bit of skill, maybe some divine intervention.
You're so lucky.
In his fight to live, he says he needed 20 pints of blood or about twice the amount of the average person. And what followed was a long uphill battle to get back on his 2 feet. The bullets left his body covered in holes, but without any brain or spinal injuries. He's grateful for that in his second chance at life.
What are the odds?
He said it's definitely made some colors a little brighter and some food taste a little better,
So maybe it's worth getting shot 15 times.
Yeah, maybe if you get better tasting
This
food.
buffalo chicken pizza never tasted better.
So he says he doesn't hold any resentment towards the man who shot him in an exchange of gunfire. So they were both shooting. A man who he says was an ex-boyfriend of the girl that Tauscher was dating at the time. And that suspect died after a police chase during which he was reported shooting a gun at officers and ultimately turned the gun on himself. So pretty wild story. I never heard of somebody getting hit 15 times and living. Wow. As if being tested for COVID-19 weren't unpleasant enough, employees at a COVID-19 testing facility in Sydney, Australia, had to close after a number of red-bellied black snakes were spotted there. One snake was filmed slithering across the parking lot before Australian snake catcher owner Sean Cade captured it using a wheelbarrow and a hook. Cade says multiple sightings of the snakes aren't unusual for this time of year, but he also added that while red-bellied black snakes are venomous, bites are rare due to the reptile's docile nature.
Wouldn't it suck that you're in Australia, you get COVID and die, and you miss out on all the other things that are waiting to kill you?
All the potential snake bites. He released the snake and then he caught into more appropriate spot. A 23-year-old man featured in a video that went viral after he groped 2 flight attendants, punched a third, screamed at his parents, had $2 million, or screamed that his parents had $2 million, and was duct taped to a seat of a Frontier Airlines flight, was sentenced Tuesday to 60 days in jail, followed by 1 year supervised release.
I'm so rich, I fly Frontier. Right.
I got millions. Max Berry pleaded guilty to 3 counts of assault within maritime and territorial jurisdiction, faced 1.5 years and $15,000 fine. He had been drinking on a Frontier's air flight in August from Philadelphia to Miami. When he spilled his drink on himself and a flight attendant, Berry went into the bathroom and he came out without his shirt on.
What did I forget?
As flight attendants tried to help him, he groped them. A fight ensued, and Berry was eventually restrained with duct tape. The incident racked up more than 13 million views online.
I joined the Half Mile High Club. I spanked it.
In court, Barry apologized took full responsibility for his actions and explained how he had been remorseful from the very start.
I'm sorry.
Two of the flight attendants gave victim impact statements about how this experience has affected them. After the hearing, both victims said that the 60-day sentence was not enough, but better than nothing. In Georgia, police have arrested a woman accused of shooting a 17-year-old in the face during a road rage incident. Police said the victim was riding in the front passenger seat of a car traveling eastbound on I-20 when the woman in a black sedan pulled up alongside the vehicle and fired a shot. The shooter then exited. A passenger in the victim's car was able to take a photo of the woman. The victim, Ashlyn Crouch, is being treated at a local hospital, is expected to be released. But Griffith turned herself in Sunday night. Detectives learned that the suspect's 3 children, who were ages 4 to 9, were in the car with her at the time of the shooting. Griffith has been charged with 4 counts of aggravated assault, 3 counts of cruelty to children, and 1 of possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. Her mother, or Crouch's mother, who is the victim, Diana is her name, said she couldn't believe what Griffith did to her child or what she did afterward. Judge Susan Camp said Griffith went to get her nails done right after the shooting.
Jusen, may I approach the bench?
So she went to get her nails done.
Oh, my God.
And Crouch said, that just blows my mind. That makes me think that she had no remorse.
No remorse?
Ashlyn Crouch told her mother that the car she was riding in
Preston for the prosecution.
Accidentally cut Griffith off, and she shot them the bird, and they shot back, Crouch said.
And she's doing all this with her own kids in the car.
Yeah.
Insane.
Ashlyn was shot behind the ear, and it came out through the side of her right eye.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Okay, kids, headphone hands.
Wow, that's messed up. All right, and that's it. That's all we have time for in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. Come back. We're going to test your knowledge of today's program. Lesson question, trash, music, news. Those things are coming up next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
The category comes up, and there's a commercial break right after that. We will text each other what we think the answer is, what we think the clue is without even hearing the answer. So just on subject alone, if it will be, American authors.
Right.
Well, Nick got it the last time. The last correct answer before the question was, what was the category, Nick? And what was...
man, I'm blanking on it.
Okay, I said Roald Dahl. And you said it was like children's literature or something like that.
Yes. Okay.
And
so this is a game we play, and every now and then,
you guys can join in. There's a Twitter account that's just for that, Jeopardy Blind Guesser.
That's great. But that speaks to what you were saying, though, to know what the go-tos. We watch the show enough.
Exactly. Like if they're, John Updike comes up a lot. Do people read a lot of John Updike? I don't know, but John Updike comes up a lot, know. So it's exactly that, and they're not going to ask They're not going to ask about some author that nobody's heard of, because watching at home, you're completely lost.
Yep.
Even if you don't know it. Even if you don't know that Eugene O'Neill wrote Moon for the Misbegotten, you hear Eugene O'Neill and you're like, I should have known that.
Wait, Buzzy, I have one for you, Buzzy. I'll just Chinese-born American architect.
That would be I.M. Pei.
Every time.
If that ever shows up.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of that's what, when you're playing Jeopardy, you're not, a lot of the clue information is sort of superfluous. Last night there was a clue about during the Eid festival, you eat this thing with this food that has another name for its worm-like appearance. All you need to know is worm-like noodle, and it's vermicelli.
That's
any
it.
of the other information. Right?
That's what makes it such a great game, is that there are tactics that can be employed that are, it's not just happenstance. I mean, there certainly is a level of that, but there is a way to play the game and have different methodologies that can get you across the line. And then, of course, there's also luck.
Tons of luck.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then that clue I just mentioned is a great example of, as a viewer, you might know vermicelli, but then you learned all of this stuff about the Eid festival and another quote. Like, you can learn, like, of course there's the game aspect, but then there's all the other information which may not help you get the answer. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that,
Yeah.
When I host trivia night at my kid's school. We brought it to the school. It's Quizzo night, and I'm the one who comes up with the questions. And I take a page out of Jeopardy's notebook. Like, I will ask a question where the audience will be like, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? And then you're supposed to ask yourself, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? The answer is in the question. Like, why would you think that any of us would even know this answer? Well, what's the question and how is it asked?
You're right.
Great riddles are done that way.
And that's it.
Exactly.
If you watch like a straight up college bowl type of game where they don't do that, you'll get slaughtered because it's as dry and unborder collie-ish, in the way that you can be directed a little bit. It's just antiseptically, what is this? And I find I have to tap out, but I can do better at Jeopardy because of just a little bit of prodding will get you there.
There's usually like 3 clues in each clue, and I think I got a chance to finally meet the writers. As a contestant, you've no contact with the writers. So as the host, I finally got to meet them, and I was just like singing their praises because I think the format of the show, having so many clues, like if there's a category about, some pop artist or some subject you don't know, it's only a couple questions and there's a bunch of other stuff. That's one thing. But the writing of the clues is so masterful. And I was like, I'm not worthy because it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's always a way, even if you don't know the information, to find, like, except for maybe the $2,000 clues, which sometimes you got to know it or you don't.
It's true.
90% of the clues, you can figure it out. And that is as much fun as knowing something cold.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask you about another book. It's called Answers in the Form of Questions. Claire McNear wrote it. I don't know if you had a chance to read it or even... And she goes into the production of the show and where the contestants stay and what they bring to the set and how many different pairs of clothes they have to wear and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that was an accurate representation of what your time as a contestant on Jeopardy was like?
Absolutely. Claire is fabulous. Like, we joke that if Jeopardy is Harry Potter, she's our like Rita Skeeter or whatever.
The Daily Quibbler or whatever.
I don't know if she likes that, but I actually, I interviewed her. I actually invited her out to, there's like an ex Jeopardy trivia night here in LA, which is like known as one of the hardest bar trivia nights in the country. So I made her come out and play to have that experience. She's incredible and she really knows her stuff. And she's a fan, and I think that's I really recommend that book to people who are fans of the show, because you start to see all these different sides of the experience, whether it's, being a contestant, sort of community afterwards. I think she did a great job of sort of giving everyone a taste of the experience, and not everyone's experience is the same. Some people have, not a great experience when they come to taping because of whatever reason. But I think she did an amazing job.
That's cool.
I love that book.
I knew about the filming schedule and 5 a day, but what I didn't consider is, say, when you had your 9-game run, you were doing all those, you had to have knocked out 5 in one day as a contestant as well, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Wow.
so my first game was a Monday game. So I did 2 consecutive tape days, and I lost in the 10th game. I lost on the last game of the second day. And I think that's part of what, once you're a contestant, when you see someone go on a long streak, the endurance of, just shot nerves coming in to do it again. I mean, it's not, they usually only tape 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not like you're doing 5 days of 5 shows a day.
Right.
But it's still just such an impressive feat of endurance. And getting ready to host, I knew I needed to have endurance and bring the same energy to a Thursday or Friday game that I bring to a Monday game.
Yeah.
So for that month where I knew I was going to be guest hosting, I was doing a ton of training. I would do strength training in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I would do like cardio 2 times throughout the day just to make sure I could still summon the energy.
To have the pheromones released. Yeah. I can absolutely see that, to be sharp. I wanted to ask you, just you in your personal life, we know you were in the music industry, or may actively still be, went to school for communications, so
music. I studied music.
Music. Okay. So what do you do? We had a little bit of a hint here and there.
Yeah.
But specifically, what are you mostly involved with, Buzzy?
I do music for commercials, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do. I find music for commercials, or I, hire composers to write music for commercials.
Do you yourself play or write or?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't really do anything for professionally, but for fun, I play and write a lot. Yeah.
So for specific campaigns, you'll choose the music.
Absolutely. So I'm sure everybody is gonna give me a hard time for this, but like the Airbnb campaign that everyone thought was the In Memoriam films.
Right.
I did all those. So I did all the music for those.
Very nice. Very nice.
I do. Yeah.
I mean, that can be very lucrative. Now, obviously, you get a quicker hit from a win on Jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if this is true. We have big discussions about nicknames on the show and how one earns a nickname. Were you appointed your nickname while still in
yes.
in utero?
Yeah,
you were.
Yes.
How
yes,
did that happen?
Well, I'm 36, and I think when I was in my mom's stomach, we didn't have sexing of babies right yet. It wasn't quite as advanced as it is now.
Right.
And so they didn't know if I was a boy or a girl. And I have an older sister, and she needed something to call the bump, right? Because it was like, oh, there's a baby in there. And my dad had gone to high school with a guy named Buzzy, and he thought it was a cool name. To be honest, I think the original nickname was Bozo. And my mom was like, we're not calling this baby Bozo.
You dodged a bullet.
We switched to Buzzy. They gave me my real name, Austin, after Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man.
Cool.
My sister's name is Lindsay, like Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman. So
no way.
Big fans of
Bionics
sci-fi.
That's funny.
But the funny thing is, like, my great-grandmother, who was alive when I was born, my mom was like, all right, I'm going to let her decide, because my dad kept calling me Buzzy. And my mom's like, there's no way she's going to let this kid be called Buzzy. And my great-grandmother, like, spent some time with me, and she goes, Austin's much too big a name for such a little person. I'm going to call him Buzzy. And so that's how I've been Buzzy for my whole life.
Sealed your fate.
There you
Wow.
go.
Nice.
It works, though.
Well, listen, you've done a great job. The hosting
Thank you.
continues through to Friday, and Tournament of Champions. And of course, you can see that at 7 o'clock on ABC here locally in Philadelphia. Buzzy, great talking with you, man. Thanks so much for coming on this morning. We appreciate
Go
it.
Birds. Trust the process.
There you go. Love it.
He knows it all.
Going, man. Take care, brother. We'll see you later. Oh, my God. That's great.
Terrific. He's
That
actually
is great.
from Jersey.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, if I had the confidence, that's the show I'd love to be on. I just don't have the confidence to be on something that wide ranging. Every now and then I'll get, man, I can run like them and from you. And if you have the correct word, you win the prize. But in the meantime, we got something else to give away. Yes, we are going to give away for the lesson question a 4-pack of tickets to see Harry Potter the Exhibition, which is at the Franklin Institute. The question I need to know from you is, what did Patrick Swayze use to kill Jennifer Grey's dog? 215-263.
It's a terrible story.
WMMR. He didn't really do it. But what did Patrick Swayze use to kill Jennifer Grey? What did we say? Not her, the dog.
No, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she's still alive.
Yeah.
Made it.
And he's dead.
Yeah.
So
It's kind of funny.
It'd be the other way around. It's kind of funny how that worked out, right? What did Patrick Swayze use to kill Jennifer Grey's dog? All right. Call now if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. They'll take care of all your plumbing needs the same day or it's free. Plus, get up to $100 off. Book in seconds at horizonservices.com/EZBook. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, TikTok star Addison Rae revealing that the Michael Kors gown she wore to the Met Gala took over 350 hours to hand embroider.
Oh my.
Rae says words can't describe how grateful she is to those Vietnamese children in that Saigon sweatshop.
Oh my God.
A$AP Rocky takes a dig at his girlfriend Rihanna's ex Chris Brown in a new song in which he raps, quote, I don't beat my bitch, I need my bitch. A$AP Rocky says he's sick of toxic masculinity and thinks it's time men learn to start respecting their bitches.
Oh my God.
And finally, Kim Kardashian's trainer Don A. Matrix says Kim lost 16 pounds to fit into that Marilyn Monroe gown, but did it under his supervision. Matrix says Kim achieved the quick weight loss the right way by drinking Pine Sol and eating sawdust. And that's your Hollywood.
All right, we will look for a winner out there and see if somebody knows the answer to this question. What did Patrick Swayze use to kill Jennifer Grey's dog? 215-263. Excuse me, WMMR. We have Andy on the line. Hey, Andy, good morning.
Will you?
And let's see. If you have the answer, what did Patrick Swayze use to kill Jennifer Grey's dog?
A nail gun.
That is correct. Hang on just a second, Andy. We're going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for Harry Potter, the exhibition at the Franklin Institute. This groundbreaking exhibition celebrates the iconic moments, characters, settings, and beasts as seen in the films and stories of Harry Potter and the Wizarding World. You can use best-in-class immersive, or they do use best-in-class immersive design and technology, and tickets are on sale now at fi.edu.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Just, no, I do have
No,
a
I
sponsor.
spaced
Okay.
out. Holy crap.
All right, so sponsor here. The music news brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Mother's Day's almost here, and whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, or your daughter, whoever it might be, Family and Company Jewelers has the best selection. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
We put the in you.
That's what they do. Motley Crue is the subject of a new stage play that will be premiering next month at the Hollywood Fringe Festival. Premiering at the Flight Theater at the Complex Hollywood on June 4th is The Crew, a completely unauthorized play about the world's most notorious rock band. Underneath the Dirt Lies the Truth. So that's the whole title of this.
All right.
Per the play's listing on a Hollywood Fringe website, Motley Crue are largely remembered today as the unrepentant, decadent sleaze kings of the Sunset Strip. The ultimate hair metal band who did more drugs, had more sex, and got into more trouble than anyone else before or since. But their actual story is far more interesting, disturbing, and inspiring than is widely remembered. And as they stood on the edge of becoming one of the biggest bands in the world, for one brief shining moment, all things were possible. Neither a hatchet job nor a snow job. The Crew is an intimate look at Nikki Sixx and the band he built into a cultural phenomenon.
Did you finish off Pam and Tommy?
No.
Okay.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay.
It was good.
I watched, I think, 3 episodes.
Yes.
I'll eventually get around to it. And I'll get around to 4 or 5 other shows that I stopped at 2 or 3 episodes in as well.
It's good. It definitely paints Pam in a very favorable light.
In addition to its June 4th premiere, the play also has show dates in June 11th, 18th, 19th, and 25th, and complete details can be found at hollywoodfringe.org. I just have one more story, and that's it. Dolly Parton shared in a new interview that she's interested in working with the Rolling Stones on a potential rock album. Parton, of course, was just announced as one of the artists in the induction class of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The iconic singer-songwriter made headlines in March when she requested to withdraw her nomination from the Rock Hall. When asked by Billboard which rock stars, which artists influenced her, she said, "I love the Rolling Stones. I've always wanted to do the song Satisfaction. It's one of my husband's favorite songs." And she said, "Yeah, I love Mick, and I love Satisfaction, and I'm hoping we're both around long enough when I get to doing this record that he'll come sing with me, and I may have to use the Rolling Stones to play behind me."
That's pretty cool.
She said, "I might do something like that, try to get some different rock bands, some of the classic bands to back me on some of the songs that I do, and then do 2 or 3 or 4 originals. And I'd like to get in with some of the great rock groups and do some things, but I've been working so hard on so many things that I've got to overcome this so-called controversy, which I never meant it to be that. So now I'm in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So I'm going to have to do a rock album at some point. And now I may have to call my album Rockstar. So she's definitely
great.
She wants to make good on it.
Yes.
She wants to earn her keep.
Which I think is really admirable.
It's excellent.
What if she could get Mick to show up at the Rock and Roll induction ceremony to sing then, you know?
That'd be cool.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Why not?
All right, and that's it. That's all I have in
I need
music.
you to stop talking.
Because Santa's got to go.
Yeah, Santa's got to go.
That's all there's to it. So.
Santa's got to go.
All right, so let's take a break. We'll come back in a second. Sometimes Bill's voice just cracks.
This is great.
We'll come back in a second. We'll wrap up the show. Word of the Week prize. We're going to give that away when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
I need you to stop talking.
You
Oh, that's right. This year we debut the Preston and Steve Side Stage. Live band character. After 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
Psoriasis. Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya. Is it one of these where you need
like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody?
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right. Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety.
Raya.
I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya, Raya. But
who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends, friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54, and they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor. Okay. I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please, keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Is it because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
I got
It's
it.
really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite
It's a
thing,
terrible
but-
joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
You know, it's funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please, keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was
Yeah,
following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character. So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was not from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like, my mother was born in Iceland and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? You get it? Finish him.
All right, I like Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's this thin crust pizza.
Version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't remember this from Pizza Hut either. Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or an ordering pizza?
Was the time of downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba, wubba, wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba, wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's Amore's. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
like
Oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe. Honeydew.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Same thing. Kids.
Yep.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think, the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I could see that.
Why did
I
you
don't
do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
Foo Fighters and making a fire.
No, yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some?
Get that on the regular.
If I may just speak to that, Preston, it's a rain or shine event for the Walk a Mile event tomorrow, and that's completely fine. It won't be.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can
Go
do
see if
is
they have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way.